The following program is brought to you in living color by TrekWorld.
Hi, I'm Jim from TrekWorld. Star Trek's first movie was weeks from release, and it didn't exist yet. It's late 1978 in Burbank, California. The lights inside Robert Abel and Associates are still on, long after neighboring offices have gone dark. Telephones keep ringing. Film reels keep spinning. Engineers, designers, and effects artists move between machines that were never meant to run this hard, this long, or under this much pressure. This isn't just another job. This is Star Trek. Paramount has made its move. After a decade off the screen, Star Trek isn't returning quietly. It's not sneaking back onto television. It's coming back as a full-scale motion picture meant to stand shoulder to shoulder with the biggest science fiction spectacle Hollywood has ever seen. And this studio, famous for dazzling commercials measured in seconds, is suddenly responsible for the future of a franchise measured in generations. That's the dream. The reality is already darker. Schedules are slipping. Effects tests look impressive but remain unfinished. Editorial can't lock reels because there simply aren't enough completed shots to cut together. Inside Paramount, excitement gives way to concern, and concern slowly curdles into something more dangerous. This isn't a story about bad intentions or creative incompetence. It's a story about scale, timing, and a lesson Hollywood never stops relearning. Vision opens the door. Delivery decides whether you're allowed to stay. So how did Robert Abel and Associates end up here in the first place? In 1977, Paramount was preparing Star Trek Phase 2, a weekly television series intended to revive the franchise after its long absence. Sets were designed. Cast contracts were in motion. The future of Star Trek looked modest, controlled, and very television-shaped. Then Star Wars happened. Its impact was immediate and seismic. Overnight, science fiction wasn't niche television anymore. It was spectacle. It was box office. It was the future of studio filmmaking. Paramount felt the shockwave just like everyone else. Suddenly, Phase 2 looked small, careful, old-fashioned. The studio pivoted almost overnight, canceling the television series and authorizing a feature film that could meet raised audience expectations without simply copying what George Lucas had done. Star Trek needed to look different. It needed to look elevated. That's where Robert Abel and Associates came in. Abel's company had built its reputation on visually arresting commercials that fused motion control cameras, graphic design, and early computer imagery. Levi's Big Blue, 7-Up's Uncola. Spots that didn't just sell products, but sold a sense of modernity. Clean, luminous, forward-thinking. Paramount didn't want grit. They didn't want retro. They wanted Star Trek to feel like the future again. Abel's sensibility seemed like the answer. Other names were explored first. Douglas Trumbull was approached but declined. His schedule was already full after Close Encounters of the Third Kind. John Dykstra was deeply committed to Battlestar Galactica. Abel, by contrast, was available, confident, and eager to scale his approach to something unprecedented. The pitch was bold. The enterprise rendered with light and transparency, visual effects shaped by design principles rather than mechanical realism. Early computer-assisted compositing used not as a gimmick, but as a storytelling tool. The budget proposal landed at roughly $4 million. The schedule assumed television speed. That combination should have raised alarms. But momentum carried the day. Then the project changed again. In December 1977, Paramount formally canceled Phase 2 and upgraded Star Trek into a full 70mm theatrical feature. Bigger screens, higher resolutions, vastly expanded effect sequences. The ambition doubled. The pipeline did not. A company designed to perfect 30 seconds of imagery at a time now had to deliver hundreds of shots at feature film scale. Budgets ballooned, shot counts multiplied. Abel's effects bid rose by hundreds of thousands of dollars as sequences expanded, but the release date stayed fixed, and that mattered more than anyone wanted to admit. Television allows flexibility. Episodes can absorb rough edges. Shots can be finessed later. Feature films do not offer that luxury. When a premiere date is locked, shots either arrive finished or they don't exist at all. Inside Abel's shop, optimism still ruled. At first, custom motion control rigs were built. Proprietary software was developed on the fly. Early digital compositing techniques were pushed beyond anything the company had attempted before. Artists trained in graphic design and abstract visualization approached Star Trek with fresh eyes. Richard Taylor recalls concepts that treated light as substance, especially for V'ger, painterly, luminous, almost spiritual. The Enterprise itself was meant to glow, not just reflect. The tests were often breathtaking, but tests are not movies. The machinery kept pushing back. Renders were slow and unstable. Software pipelines were bespoke and brittle. Every adjustment risked breaking something else. Commercial work thrives on obsessive perfection within short duration. A feature film demands repeatable throughput, day after day, shot after shot. As the script evolved, sequences changed midstream. Work had to be redone. Shots that looked promising never reached final form. By mid-1978, very little material was actually usable in editorial. And Paramount noticed. At first there was patience, then concern, then documentation. By early 1979, internal memos began describing the schedule as critical. Millions of dollars had been spent, but the number of shots that could be dropped directly into the cut remained alarmingly small. However, responsibility was apportioned. The math and the calendar were converging toward a single conclusion. On February 22, 1979, Paramount terminated Robert Abel and Associates from the project. The decision was abrupt, but not impulsive. An emergency plan was already forming, and it began with a phone call to Douglas Trumbull. A year earlier, he had declined. This time, he accepted, but only on strict terms. Trumbull insisted on rebuilding the entire workflow around proven methods. No prototypes that couldn't scale. No experiments that threatened delivery. The goal was no longer innovation, it was survival. John Dykstra was brought in alongside Apogee. The remaining effects inventory was triaged. Concepts that could be salvaged stayed. Anything that couldn't be photographed, composited, and delivered reliably was redesigned from scratch. Miniatures replaced abstraction. Motion control photography returned to the foreground. Matte paintings, optical printers, and layered passes formed the backbone of production. The classic toolkit, executed at punishing speed. The pace was relentless. From roughly March to November 1979, Trumbull's and Dykstra's teams generated hundreds of shots, commonly cited as more than 200, to meet the December release. Artists worked brutal hours. The mandate was ruthless but clear. Light the shot, expose the pass, composite it, move on. It wasn't as avant-garde as Abel's vision, but it finished. And in filmmaking, finishing is everything. When Star Trek the Motion Picture premiered on December 7, 1979, the reaction was complicated. Critics debated pacing and tone, but the visuals commanded respect. Monumental flybys, vast cosmic spaces, light cascading across the Enterprise like cathedral glass. Traces of Abel's original sensibility still lingered, energy textures, transport effects, a lingering emphasis on luminosity, filtered through Richard Taylor's continuity and Trumbull's discipline. Star Trek had crossed into cinema. That mattered. The aftermath for Robert Abel and Associates was painful. The company continued to produce influential commercial work, but never again led a feature-scale effects production. Careers splintered. Some alumni carried hard-won lessons into the early CGI revolution. Others burned out entirely. Robert Abel remained a respected visionary, but Star Trek became a cautionary chapter in his story. A case study in what happens when ambition outruns infrastructure. Inside Paramount, the lesson was institutionalized. Future Star Trek productions emphasized milestone tracking, backup vendors, and editorial visible workflows. Less romance, more redundancy. Across Hollywood, the episode quietly entered the producer's curriculum. Research and development must live inside schedule reality, or the picture pays the price. And yet, the irony remains. Abel's vision wasn't wrong. It was early. Within a few years, technology would finally catch up to the images he was reaching for. That's why this story still resonates. Star Trek's first feature forces us to hold two truths at once. Robert Abel reached for a future where light itself carried meaning. Mysterious, optimistic, transcendent. That reach pulled the franchise toward what it would eventually become. But the movie exists because Douglas Trumbull and John Dykstra rebuilt the road beneath it and drove the production home. The audience never sees the pipeline. They feel whether the universe on screen is worthy of the enterprise. And the lesson Trek taught Hollywood still holds. Big-hearted art needs an engine that can land the ship. Eyes on the stars? Stopwatch in hand. The following video is based entirely and solely on Return to Tomorrow by Preston Neal Jones, a rare and fascinating look at the making of Star Trek the Motion Picture done during filming by a third-party observer. You can follow the affiliate link in the description to complete search on Amazon for availability on the used book market. When Star Trek returned to the screen after a decade away, it wasn't enough for it to simply come back. It had to arrive. Not as a nostalgic television property, not as a dressed-up relic from the 1960s, but as something that could stand shoulder to shoulder with the biggest science fiction films of the late 1970s. Films that had redefined spectacle, scale, and ambition. And nothing embodied the challenge more than the Enterprise herself. Because in 1979, the Enterprise was no longer just a set. She was no longer just a model. She was no longer just a symbol. She was the test. The test of whether Star Trek could grow up without losing its soul. From the very beginning of what would become Star Trek the Motion Picture, the people involved understood something critical. The Enterprise could not simply look the way she used to. Television had changed, audiences had changed, expectations had changed. The cinematic landscape had been reshaped by films that treated science fiction with seriousness, polish, and scale that television budgets had never allowed. The original Constitution-class Enterprise was beloved, but she was also a product of her time. Built for fast shooting schedules, low-resolution broadcast screens, and an episodic format that rarely lingered on exterior shots. Her lines were simple. Her surfaces were smooth. Her proportions were forgiving under flat lighting and limited optical compositing. None of that would survive the scrutiny of a feature film camera, and everyone involved knew it. What made the redesign so dangerous was not simply the technical challenge, it was the emotional one. The Enterprise wasn't just a ship. She was a character. For millions of viewers, she was as familiar as a hometown skyline. Alter her too little, and she would look cheap and dated on the big screen. Alter her too much, and you risked breaking an unspoken bond that had taken years to build. This was not a reboot era. This was not an age of reimaginings. This was 1979, when continuity mattered, and betrayal of visual memory was unforgivable. The Enterprise had to evolve in a way that felt inevitable. The solution was not to replace her. The solution was to refit her. That single word, refit, became the conceptual lifeline that saved the design. In the world of the film, the Enterprise had been in space dock undergoing a major overhaul. In the real world, that narrative justification allowed designers to rethink nearly every surface while preserving the ship's underlying geometry. The saucer still sat atop the secondary hull. The nacelles still flanked the ship on pylons. The silhouette, when reduced to shadow, remained unmistakable. But everything else was open for reconsideration. The designers approached the Enterprise as if they were naval architects tasked with modernizing a historic vessel. What would change if Starfleet had 10 more years of technological development? What materials would look more advanced? What textures would read as real metal under high contrast lighting? What details would reward slow camera moves instead of quick television cuts? One of the most radical departures was the surface itself. The original Enterprise had been famously smooth, its hull painted a pale gray-green that photographed cleanly under studio lights. For the film, smoothness became the enemy. Large, uninterrupted surfaces made the ship look like a toy when photographed in close-up. Feature films demanded complexity, detail that could sell scale. So the hull was broken apart. Panel lines appeared where none had existed before. Subtle plating suggested internal structure. Tiny windows multiplied across the saucer and secondary hull, not merely as decoration, but as an implied population. Hundreds of people living and working inside the ship. This was not decoration for its own sake. It was storytelling. Each panel suggested maintenance. Each window suggested life. Each light suggested function. The Enterprise was no longer an icon floating in space. She was an inhabited machine. Lighting became another quiet revolution. On television, the Enterprise was often evenly lit, her form readable at a glance. In the film, lighting was sculptural. Highlights rolled gently across the hull. Shadows carved depth into curves that had once been flat. The ship could emerge from darkness, pass through pools of light, and vanish again, all in a single shot. This approach demanded absolute confidence in the design. When a camera lingers, there's nowhere to hide. The nacelles, too, underwent a philosophical transformation. Their proportions remained familiar, but their detailing became more deliberate. Glowing grills suggested controlled energy flow. End caps became luminous rather than opaque, hinting at power rather than simply enclosing it. The warp engines no longer looked like attached components. They looked integrated, essential, alive. Perhaps the most important change, though, was one that viewers felt more than they consciously saw. The Enterprise became elegant, not sleek in a science fiction fantasy sense, but refined, balanced, composed, and intentional. Her lines flowed. Her proportions felt measured rather than assembled. There was a restraint to the design that communicated maturity. This was not a ship built by television necessity. This was a ship built by a civilization that had grown into itself. The film famously takes its time showing her. The extended flyby sequence, the moment when Kirk first sees the refit Enterprise in space dock, has been debated, defended, and criticized for decades. But within the context of the redesign, it is essential. This is not indulgence. This is introduction. The filmmakers understood that if the audience was going to accept this new Enterprise, they needed time to reconcile memory with reality. The camera moves slowly, almost reverently, allowing viewers to rediscover the ship piece by piece. Familiar shapes appear but transformed. Old expectations dissolve, replaced by something richer and more complex. The Enterprise is not revealed. She is reintroduced, and that distinction matters. What makes the redesign so successful is that it never feels like a rejection of the past. The original ship is still there, embedded in the bones of the refit. The saucer rim still curves the same way. The deflector still dominates the front of the secondary hull. The pylons still angle with purpose. But now, those elements are given cinematic weight. The Enterprise looks like she belongs in a universe where gods can exist as machines, where clouds can swallow star systems, where silence can be as threatening as violence. She looks like a ship capable of meeting the unknowable. Behind the scenes, this redesign was not treated casually. Every line had to justify itself. Every addition had to earn its place. The design team understood that Star Trek fans were uniquely attentive, that they would notice proportions, symmetry, and continuity in ways general audiences might not. The Enterprise could not simply be impressive, she had to be right, and that pressure shaped every decision. The refit Enterprise became the visual anchor of the entire film. No matter how abstract V'ger became, no matter how philosophical the narrative drifted, the ship grounded the story in something tangible. She was the human presence in the cosmic unknown, a reminder of where the journey began. That role would echo far beyond the motion picture, because once the Enterprise was redesigned at this level, there was no going back. The refit became the standard. Future films would tweak her lighting, adjust her interiors, and refine her presentation. But the fundamental design remained intact. The Constitution-class refit became the definitive Enterprise for an entire generation of moviegoers. More importantly, it set a precedent. Star Trek ships could be beautiful. They could be photographed like architecture. They could be treated like characters. They could carry emotional weight simply by existing on screen. That philosophy would ripple through the franchise for decades. From later film enterprises to the ships of the next generation, the idea that Starfleet vessels should feel designed, lived in, and cinematic traces directly back to the choices made here. And none of it was guaranteed to work. Had the refit been rejected, Star Trek's return might have collapsed under the weight of fan disappointment. Had the ship felt unfamiliar or alien, the audience might never have emotionally reconnected with the story being told. Instead, the redesign did something remarkable. It made the Enterprise feel like she had been away too, that she had grown, that she had changed, and that she was ready to carry Star Trek forward into a future that demanded more than nostalgia. In the end, the refit Enterprise wasn't just a new design. It was a statement. Star Trek was no longer asking to be remembered. It was asking to be taken seriously. And the Enterprise, rebuilt, reimagined, and reborn, was the proof that it deserved to be. For nearly 5 full minutes, Star Trek the Motion Picture stops moving forward and dares the audience to simply look. What happened behind the scenes when Paramount bet everything on a single, silent flyby? The following video is based entirely and solely on Return to Tomorrow by Preston Neal Jones, a rare and fascinating look at the making of Star Trek the Motion Picture done during filming by a third-party observer. You can follow the affiliate link in the description to complete search on Amazon for availability on the used book market. When audiences finally sat down in December of 1979, there was one moment in Star Trek the Motion Picture that nobody at Paramount could quite predict how people would react to. Not because it was confusing, not because it was unfinished, but because it was deliberate. The Enterprise reveal, not the dry dock. Not the first glimpse of the refit's silhouette, but what followed. Minute after minute of slow, graceful movement, camera drifting, music swelling, the starship turning, gliding, passing frame as if the film itself had paused to take a breath. It was a sequence that didn't just show the Enterprise, it worshipped it, and in doing so, it became one of the most debated scenes in the history of Star Trek. To understand why this flyby exists at all, and why it is exactly the length that it is, you have to strip away 40 years of fandom arguments and go back to a very specific moment in Hollywood history, when Star Trek was no longer a television show, but an experiment, a test, a question with a 9-figure answer. According to Return to Tomorrow, the creative mindset behind the motion picture was fundamentally different from anything Star Trek had attempted before. This was not a revival built on familiarity. It was a reintroduction designed to redefine scale. The mandate coming from the studio was not simply bring Star Trek back, but prove that Star Trek belongs on the biggest screens in the world. That mandate infected every department. Robert Wise was not hired to make a nostalgic science fiction adventure. He was hired to make a roadshow epic, a film that would sit comfortably beside 2001: A Space Odyssey, Close Encounters of the Third Kind, and the emerging wave of prestige science fiction that treated space not as a playground, but as something vast, quiet, and unknowable. And that philosophy crystallized more purely in the Enterprise flyby than anywhere else in the film. From the very beginning, the refit Enterprise was never meant to be introduced casually. It wasn't supposed to sweep past the camera in a single triumphant hero shot. The ship was no longer a weekly television set dressed up with colored Christmas lights. It was now a character, and characters, especially legendary ones, deserved entrances. In Return to Tomorrow, multiple participants describe how the refit was designed with the assumption that the camera would linger. The hull plating, the windows, the curvature of the saucer. These details were not created to flash by at warp speed. They were created to be examined, admired, and absorbed. The irony is that the very thing that made the ship cinematic also made it dangerous. Because cinema, unlike television, charges rent for time. Every second on screen is a negotiation between beauty and momentum, and in this sequence, momentum is intentionally sacrificed. The Enterprise flyby occurs when Kirk, Scotty, and the audience reunite with the ship. This is not an action beat. It's not exposition. It's not even plot. It is, at its core, an emotional pause, a reunion. Scotty's dialogue during the scene, his pride, his awe, is not just character color. It is permission. The film is telling the audience, you are allowed to feel this too. Behind the scenes, however, that permission came at a cost. The visual effects workload required to support such a long, uninterrupted flyby was enormous. The motion control photography demanded precision passes, multiple lighting setups, and meticulous compositing to maintain realism across shots that would normally be considered indulgent. This wasn't simply a matter of extending a scene in editing. Every additional second required more finished effects work that was already under brutal schedule pressure. And yet, despite the strain, the sequence remained intact. Why? Because the flyby wasn't just an indulgence, it was a statement. In the book, contributors repeatedly emphasized that the Enterprise was being reintroduced not only to audiences, but to the studio itself. Paramount needed to see Star Trek as something more than episodic television. The flyby was proof. Proof of production value, proof of seriousness. Proof that this ship and this franchise could command attention without firing a phaser. The sequence also reflects Robert Wise's filmmaking instincts. Wise was a director who understood the power of restraint. He trusted silence. He trusted images. And most importantly, he trusted the audience's patience, perhaps more than the studio did. This trust is what ultimately split reactions. For some viewers, the flyby is transcendent, a love letter, a moment of reverence that elevates Star Trek from entertainment to myth. For others, it is indulgent, excessive, a momentum killer that announces early on that the motion picture is operating on a different wavelength. But what often gets lost in that debate is that the scene is not accidental. It is not the result of poor editing or a lack of alternatives. It is the result of a conscious philosophical choice. Return to Tomorrow makes it clear that the motion picture was conceived as a sensory experience first and a narrative engine second. The Enterprise flyby is not meant to advance the plot. It is meant to recalibrate the audience's expectations. This is not the Enterprise you remember. This is not the pacing you expect. This is not television. In 1979, that was a risky message. The flyby also functions as a mirror. It reflects the production's own self-awareness. Star Trek had been gone for a decade. The world had changed. Science fiction had grown more serious, more cinematic, more abstract. The flyby is Star Trek pausing to ask, do you still recognize me? And perhaps more dangerously, will you stay with me if I take my time? From a modern perspective, the controversy surrounding the scene often overlooks its historical context. In an era before home video, before pausing, before streaming, audiences encountered this moment exactly once, on a massive screen with thunderous sound, enveloped by Jerry Goldsmith's score. Goldsmith's music is inseparable from the flyby's impact. The cue does not rush. It builds, it swells, it repeats, it invites the viewer to settle into the rhythm of awe rather than urgency. Without that music, the scene would collapse. With it, the ship becomes almost sacred. Behind the scenes, the commitment to this moment remained stubborn even as other parts of the film were compromised. Shots were rushed, effects were triaged, editorial decisions were made under extreme pressure. But the flyby endured. It survived because it represented the heart of what the motion picture wanted to be. Not a sequel to a TV show, not a fast-paced blockbuster, but a cinematic rebirth. The reaction to the flyby ultimately foreshadowed Star Trek's future. The mixed response taught Paramount a lesson, one they would apply immediately to the Wrath of Khan. Pacing mattered, momentum mattered, but so did identity. The motion picture may have leaned too far into contemplation for some tastes, but it established something vital. Star Trek could be big. It could be serious. It could ask audiences to slow down and think. The Enterprise flyby is the purest distillation of that ambition. It is Star Trek daring to believe that the sight of a starship, beautifully lit, carefully photographed, and lovingly revealed, was enough. No explosions, no villains, just a ship, a score, and time. And whether you see that as genius or excess says as much about your expectations as it does about the film. Because in that 5-minute stretch, the motion picture tells you exactly what it wants to be. The question was never whether the scene was too long. The question was whether the audience was willing to follow Star Trek somewhere slower, quieter, and more reverent than it had ever gone before. There is a sound in Star Trek the Motion Picture that feels older than music, bigger than the Enterprise itself. And once you know where it came from, you can never hear the film the same way again. The following video is based entirely and solely on Return to Tomorrow by Preston Neal Jones, a rare and fascinating look at the making of Star Trek the Motion Picture done during filming by a third-party observer. You can follow the affiliate link in the description to complete search on Amazon for availability on the used book market. When Star Trek returned in 1979, it didn't creep back onto screens. It announced itself. Not with dialogue, not with action, but with sound. Long before audiences could explain what V'ger was, or why the Enterprise suddenly felt so small against it, they could feel something pressing in from the edges of the theater. A vibration, a pressure, a presence. The motion picture was not just asking to be watched, it was asking to be heard. In Return to Tomorrow, the people who built the film describe a production that was fighting on every front. Visual effects, schedule, story clarity. But when it came to sound, something remarkable happened. The chaos gave way to a kind of daring. The soundtrack of the motion picture would not simply underscore the images. It would define scale. It would tell the audience how big the universe suddenly was, and how small humanity might be inside it. This was not an accident. It was a response to fear. Star Trek had been gone for a decade. Television audiences remembered it as intimate, talky, brightly colored, and familiar. Paramount did not want familiarity. They wanted legitimacy. They wanted Star Trek to sit comfortably beside the most serious science fiction ever put on screen. And sound, more than almost any other element, was the fastest way to communicate that shift. The book makes clear that from the earliest discussions, the creative team understood something fundamental. Space had to feel different now. Television sound could not carry the weight of a theatrical universe. Phasers could not chirp. Engines could not hum politely. And whatever V'ger was, it could not sound like anything audiences had heard before. This is where the story of the blaster beam enters Star Trek history. The blaster beam was not invented for Star Trek. It already existed on the fringes of experimental music. A massive industrial-scale string instrument, typically 12 to 18 feet long, strung with steel cables instead of strings, amplified with magnetic pickups and played with metal rods or mallets. It was not melodic in the traditional sense. It did not sing. It loomed. When struck, it produced tones that felt geological, slow, bending frequencies that vibrated through the body more than the ear. According to Return to Tomorrow, when composer Jerry Goldsmith encountered the instrument, he immediately understood its value. Star Trek did not need more notes. It needed mass. It needed gravity. The blaster beam could do something an orchestra could not. It could suggest scale without movement, power without speed, intelligence without emotion. Goldsmith was already a master of musical architecture. He thought in layers, in textures, in emotional mathematics. But V'ger was not supposed to feel emotional, not in any human way. V'ger was a question mark the size of a solar system. And for that, the film needed a sound that felt indifferent. In Return to Tomorrow, Goldsmith and the sound team describe experimenting relentlessly, not to make something pleasing, but to make something unsettling. The blaster beam was not there to entertain. It was there to intrude. When it enters the soundtrack, it does not ask permission. It does not resolve. It simply exists, like V'ger itself. This was a radical choice for Star Trek. Up to that point, the franchise's sound identity had been warm and functional. Bridge beeps, transporter shimmers, warp engines that suggested motion and speed. The motion picture deliberately moved away from that comfort. The Enterprise still had its familiar sonic language, but everything beyond it, the cloud, the machine planet, the incomprehensible intelligence behind it all, was rendered alien through sound design first. The book makes an important point here. Many viewers assume these sounds were created late, in post-production desperation. In reality, they were conceptualized early as part of the film's philosophical spine. V'ger was not a villain to be fought. It was a phenomenon to be endured. And phenomena do not scream. They resonate. The blaster beam became V'ger's voice, not in the sense of communication, but in the sense of presence. When the Enterprise approaches the cloud, the beam's tones stretch and bend, filling the theater with frequencies that seem to have no beginning or end. The audience doesn't hear a melody. They hear inevitability. This is where the sound design and the film's pacing lock together. Critics have often accused the motion picture of being slow, but Return to Tomorrow reframes that accusation in an important way. The film is not slow. It is deliberate, and sound is the glue that holds that deliberation together. Long shots of the Enterprise would collapse under their own weight without audio that reinforces scale. The blaster beam allows those shots to breathe. It tells the audience subconsciously that what they are seeing deserves time. In the theater, this effect was overwhelming. The book describes preview screenings where audience members physically shifted in their seats, not because of action, but because of pressure. Low frequencies traveled through the floor. The sound system became part of the storytelling apparatus. Star Trek was no longer politely contained within the frame. Sound also became the primary way the film distinguished humanity from the machine intelligence it had encountered. The Enterprise's interior sounds are clean, ordered, and rhythmic. Consoles chirp, doors sigh, voices echo softly in large spaces. V'ger, by contrast, does not acknowledge rhythm at all. Its sound design ignores human musical expectations. There's no beat to follow, no emotional cue to latch onto. The blaster beam's tones drift, overlap, and hang in the air like unanswered questions. In Return to Tomorrow, this contrast is described as intentional and philosophical. Humanity organizes sound. We build harmony. V'ger does not need to. Its intelligence is so vast that structure becomes irrelevant. Sound in this context is not expression, it is byproduct. One of the most striking observations in the book is how rarely V'ger is allowed to be silent. Silence would imply absence. Instead, the film uses constant low-level audio presence to remind the audience that the entity is always there, always aware, always exerting influence. Even when characters speak, V'ger's sonic fingerprint remains, barely audible, but inescapable. This was a risk. Studio executives worried that audiences would find the soundtrack oppressive. Television-trained ears were not used to being challenged this way, but Goldsmith and the sound team pushed forward, convinced that comfort was the enemy of awe. The gamble paid off in unexpected ways. Over time, the blaster beam became one of the most talked-about elements of the film's soundscape. Not because viewers could name it, but because they remembered how the movie felt. Even people who struggled with the story often recalled the sense of enormity, the feeling that the universe itself was leaning in. Return to Tomorrow makes it clear that this was not accidental nostalgia. It was design. The sound mix itself was a battlefield. The motion picture was one of the first major films to fully exploit advanced theatrical sound systems, and the team leaned into that capability aggressively. Levels were pushed, frequencies were tested. The blaster beam was not politely balanced into the orchestra. It was allowed to dominate when necessary, to overwhelm dialogue, to assert its importance. This approach aligned perfectly with the film's thematic core. Humans struggle to be heard over V'ger because humanity in that moment is not the dominant force. Sound becomes metaphor, and then there is the ending. As the mystery resolves and V'ger's true nature is revealed, the sound design shifts. The blaster beam recedes, not abruptly, gradually. As understanding replaces confrontation, the sonic landscape softens. The universe does not become smaller, but it becomes knowable. The sound reflects that philosophical resolution more clearly than the dialogue ever could. This is one of the quiet triumphs of the motion picture, and Return to Tomorrow captures it beautifully through first-hand accounts. The film does not explain its ideas loudly. It lets sound do the heavy lifting. It trusts the audience to feel first and analyze later. In retrospect, this approach set a template that Star Trek would both embrace and retreat from in the years that followed. Later films would favor speed, clarity, and rhythm, but none would ever again attempt to make the audience feel cosmic insignificance the way the motion picture did. The blaster beam, in that sense, represents a road not taken. It is the sound of Star Trek daring to be strange, of a franchise refusing to reassure its audience immediately, of a moment when science fiction aimed not just to entertain, but to confront. And that sound still lingers. Watch the film today, and you can trace the blaster beam's influence everywhere, in modern cinematic sound design, in the way blockbusters use low frequencies to suggest power, in the understanding that sound is not decoration, but architecture. The motion picture may be debated, defended, and reevaluated endlessly, but its soundscape remains singular, and at the center of it all is an instrument that was never meant to be beautiful, only immense. The universe, the film reminds us, doesn't hum for our benefit. Sometimes it vibrates. Before a single frame of Star Trek the Motion Picture could truly exist, one man said no, and the entire comeback of Star Trek nearly collapsed around him. The following video is based entirely and solely on Return to Tomorrow by Preston Neal Jones, a rare and fascinating look at the making of Star Trek the Motion Picture done during filming by a third-party observer. You can follow the affiliate link in the description to complete search on Amazon for availability on the used book market. I'm Jim from TrekWorld, and today we're talking about something that rarely gets framed for just how dangerous it was to the future of Star Trek. Not budgets, not visual effects, not deadlines, but Spock. Because before, there was a refit enterprise. Before V'ger, before Jerry Goldsmith's score thundered through theaters. There was a moment when Leonard Nimoy did not want to come back. And according to Return to Tomorrow, that single resistance point, quiet, professional, but immovable, forced Paramount, Gene Roddenberry, and the entire Star Trek revival machine to confront an uncomfortable truth. You could not bring Star Trek back without Spock. And yet, Spock was not guaranteed. This is not a story about ego. It's not a story about greed. And it's not a story about contracts alone. It's a story about identity, about whether Star Trek could move forward without the very character who symbolized its soul. When Star Trek ended in 1969, Leonard Nimoy did not walk away into obscurity. He walked away into typecasting hell. According to Return to Tomorrow, Nimoy was deeply conflicted in the years following the series. While conventions, syndication, and fan devotion kept Star Trek alive culturally, they also locked him into a single image in the public mind. Spock was everywhere, and Leonard Nimoy was nowhere else. Casting directors saw pointed ears even when they weren't there. Scripts came in that wanted Spock, but human. Offers rarely challenged him creatively, and over time, Nimoy began to resent not Star Trek itself, but what it had cost him. He famously published I Am Not Spock in 1975, a book often misunderstood as hostility toward the character. But as Return to Tomorrow makes clear, the title was not a rejection of Spock, it was a declaration of survival. Nimoy wanted his own identity back. So when Paramount began quietly circling the idea of reviving Star Trek in the mid-1970s, they encountered something they did not expect. The most indispensable actor was also the least eager to return. As Return to Tomorrow documents, the earliest revival plans were not for a movie at all, but for Star Trek Phase 2, a new television series intended to anchor Paramount's fledgling network. And from the very beginning, Spock was a problem. Not creatively, not narratively, but contractually and emotionally. Nimoy made it clear that he was not interested in simply resuming where he left off. He did not want to play Spock as he had in the 1960s. He did not want to be locked into another multi-year television commitment. And he was wary of being used as nostalgia bait. This forced Paramount and Roddenberry into an extraordinary position. They began developing Phase 2 without Spock. A new Vulcan character, Zahn, was introduced, younger, more emotionless, designed to fill the logical outsider role while allowing Nimoy to remain absent. But everyone involved knew the truth. This wasn't a replacement. It was a workaround. And workarounds don't inspire confidence. Gene Roddenberry understood something fundamental that studio executives were only beginning to grasp. Star Trek wasn't just a setting. It wasn't just a ship. And it wasn't just a premise. It was a triangle. Kirk, Spock, McCoy. Remove one, and the structure collapses. According to Return to Tomorrow, Roddenberry was deeply uneasy about moving forward without Spock, even as he publicly supported Phase 2's development. Privately, he knew that any revival missing Nimoy would feel incomplete, perhaps even illegitimate to longtime fans. Spock wasn't just a character. He was the philosophical lens of the series. He embodied restraint in a chaotic universe, reason in the face of fear, and the possibility that intellect and compassion could coexist. Without Spock, Star Trek risked becoming something else entirely. When Phase 2 collapsed and the project transformed into Star Trek the Motion Picture, the Spock problem didn't go away. It became worse. A feature film demanded scale, it demanded legitimacy, and it demanded cultural impact. Paramount was no longer trying to fill a TV schedule. They were trying to compete, directly or indirectly, with the science fiction renaissance ignited by Star Wars. And that meant one thing. You could not sell Star Trek as a major motion picture without Spock. Audiences expected him, marketing required him, and the mythology demanded him. Yet Nimoy remained unconvinced. One of the most persistent myths about Leonard Nimoy's hesitation is that it was primarily financial. Return to Tomorrow dismantles that idea. Yes, contracts mattered. Yes, terms were negotiated. But Nimoy's resistance was not rooted in salary. It was rooted in control and respect. He wanted assurance that Spock would evolve, that the character would not be frozen in time, and that he, as an actor, would not be trapped again in a role that limited his future. Nimoy was also keenly aware that a Star Trek film, if successful, could permanently redefine his career for better or worse. If the movie failed, Spock would be blamed. If it succeeded, Spock might become inescapable. This was not a casual decision. It was existential. The breakthrough came not through contracts, but through story. According to Return to Tomorrow, the idea of opening the film with Spock undergoing the Kolinahr ritual was central to Nimoy's eventual agreement. This was not the Spock of the 1960s. This was a Spock in crisis, a Spock attempting to purge emotion, failing, and realizing that logic alone is not enough. For Nimoy, this reframing mattered deeply. It acknowledged growth, conflict, and consequence. Spock was no longer a static icon. He was a man. Alien, yes, but struggling with identity in a way that mirrored Nimoy's own relationship with the role. The character's journey became the actor's bridge back. This is one of the most quietly radical choices in the motion picture. The film does not open with Captain Kirk. It doesn't open with the Enterprise. It opens with Spock alone. According to Return to Tomorrow, this was not accidental. It was a signal to Nimoy, to the audience, and to the studio that Spock was not returning as a supporting player. He was returning as thematic foundation. The film's core question, what happens when a machine seeks perfection without understanding humanity, mirrors Spock's own struggle. V'ger is Spock without balance. Spock is the answer V'ger cannot find. This parallel gives Nimoy something new to play, and it justifies his return. Watch Nimoy's performance in the motion picture carefully. It is restrained, internal, and deliberately distant. This is not the warm Spock of later films, nor the playful Spock of The Voyage Home. This is a Spock who is searching. According to the recollections in Return to Tomorrow, Nimoy approached the role with caution, aware that every gesture would be scrutinized, every line weighed against fan expectation. He did not overplay emotion. He did not indulge nostalgia. Instead, he let absence speak. And in doing so, he redefined Spock for the cinematic era. This is the question that haunts the entire production. Without Spock, the motion picture would not merely have been different, it likely would not have existed in its final form at all. The thematic spine collapses, the emotional counterweight to Kirk disappears, and the philosophical resolution of V'ger loses its human anchor. More importantly, if Nimoy had declined the film, the failure, if it came, would have been catastrophic. A Star Trek revival without Spock would have been remembered not as bold, but as misguided. And Paramount knew it, which is why they waited, negotiated, adjusted, and ultimately listened. In the end, Leonard Nimoy's resistance did not weaken Star Trek. It saved it, by forcing the franchise to confront why Spock mattered, by demanding growth instead of repetition. Nimoy ensured that Star Trek's return was not a rerun, but a reinvention. Return to Tomorrow makes this clear in hindsight. The most dangerous moment in Star Trek's comeback was not a production delay or an unfinished effect. It was the possibility that the soul of the franchise might not return at all. And that is why the Spock problem matters. Because sometimes the future of a universe depends on one person having the courage to say no, until the story is worthy of yes. What if Star Trek didn't return as a movie at all? What if everything we know about the motion picture was born from a television series that almost aired and then vanished overnight? The following video is based entirely and solely on Return to Tomorrow by Preston Neal Jones, a rare and fascinating look at the making of Star Trek the Motion Picture done during filming by a third-party observer. You can follow the affiliate link in the description to complete search on Amazon for availability on the used book market. Hi, this is Jim from TrekWorld. And today we're not talking about Star Trek the Motion Picture as a movie. We're talking about the Star Trek movie that was never supposed to exist. Because before the refit Enterprise, before V'ger, before the 5-minute flyby, before any of it, Star Trek was coming back to television. And younger fans don't know just how close that comeback really was. This story, told directly by the people who lived it in Return to Tomorrow, is about Star Trek Phase 2. The series that nearly aired, the show that reshaped the cast, the production that built sets, wrote scripts, hired crews, and then, in a single corporate decision, was transformed into a motion picture that barely survived its own birth. This isn't a footnote. Phase 2 is the missing first act of the motion picture, and without it, the motion picture simply doesn't exist. By the early 1970s, Star Trek was everywhere, except on television. The original series was gone, but the fan base had exploded. Conventions were packed, syndication ratings were strong, merchandise sold steadily, and Paramount was watching closely. What they saw wasn't nostalgia, they saw demand. But television had changed, network programming was tightening, budgets were rising, and science fiction, especially expensive science fiction, was still considered risky. The solution Paramount landed on wasn't NBC. It was a brand new television network. Paramount's plan was bold, even reckless. They would launch their own network, what was called the Paramount Television Service. And Star Trek would be its flagship. Not a rerun, not a revival special. A brand new weekly Star Trek series, and it would look nothing like 1966. This was Star Trek Phase 2. According to Return to Tomorrow, the studio wasn't treating Phase 2 as a casual experiment. It was a full-scale production, green-lit with real money, real infrastructure, and a long-term plan. Sets were designed. Writers were hired. Scripts were commissioned, and the Enterprise itself was being rebuilt. Literally. One of the most astonishing things revealed in Return to Tomorrow is how far Phase 2 had already gone before it became a movie. This wasn't concept art. This was construction. The Enterprise sets were redesigned from the ground up. Wider corridors, modular bridge elements, a visual language meant to feel more cinematic, even on television. The goal was clear. Star Trek needed to feel prestigious. This wasn't going to be a cheap revival. It was going to be a statement. And crucially, these sets were not wasted. They became the backbone of the motion picture. If you've ever wondered why the motion picture's bridge feels more expansive, why the corridors seem more refined, why the ship feels like it's been through a real Starfleet refit, that's Phase 2. Moreover, Phase 2 wasn't just about sets, it was about redefining the crew. Most of the original cast was expected to return, but not all on equal footing. William Shatner was coming back as Kirk. Leonard Nimoy was not. This is one of the most pivotal fault lines in the entire story. At the time Phase 2 was being developed, Nimoy had declined to participate. His relationship with Star Trek was strained. He had spent years trying to escape the shadow of Spock. Paramount moved forward anyway. And so Phase 2 introduced a new Vulcan character, Zahn, designed to fill the Spock-shaped void. Zahn wasn't a copy. He was younger, less disciplined, more emotional. A Vulcan who wanted to feel. In hindsight, it's one of the most fascinating what-ifs in Star Trek history. But Zahn never made it to screen, because Phase 2 never aired. Phase 2 wasn't simply restoring the old dynamic, it was recalibrating it. A new first officer, Will Decker, was positioned as a younger counterweight to Kirk. A Deltan navigator was conceived as both exotic and emotionally restrained. The ensemble was shifting toward a more contemporary 1970s rhythm. According to Return to Tomorrow, these weren't superficial changes. They reflected a belief that Star Trek needed to evolve, or risk becoming a museum piece. And here's the critical thing. These characters survived the transition to film. They weren't movie inventions, they were Phase 2 characters. The motion picture inherited them wholesale. One of the strongest through lines in Return to Tomorrow is how many Phase 2 scripts fed directly into the motion picture. Not thematically. Structurally, ideas about exploration without violence, about encountering intelligence beyond comprehension, about Starfleet as observers rather than conquerors. These were Phase 2 philosophies. The tone that audiences later called slow or cerebral in the motion picture, that was television thinking, not blockbuster thinking. Phase 2 was being designed as thinking science fiction, closer to speculative drama than action serial. When those scripts were suddenly elevated to feature film scale, the DNA didn't change. Only the canvas did. And then, suddenly, it was over. The Paramount television service collapsed before it launched. The economics didn't work. Affiliate stations hesitated. The network never materialized. Star Trek Phase 2 was dead. But Star Trek itself was not. Because almost immediately Paramount pivoted. Instead of a weekly series, they would make a motion picture. And they would use everything they had already built. This transition, captured in real time by the voices in Return to Tomorrow, was chaotic. Television schedules became film schedules. TV budgets became movie budgets overnight. Scripts meant for episodic pacing were stretched into a single massive narrative. And perhaps most critically, a director was brought in who had not been developing Phase 2. The film inherited television DNA, but was steered by cinematic instincts. The result was tension. Constant tension between spectacle and introspection, between franchise expectation and creative ambition, between what Phase 2 was supposed to be and what a Star Trek movie had to become. When Leonard Nimoy agreed to return after Phase 2 was already dead, the final trace of the series vanished. Zahn was erased, Spock reclaimed his place, and Phase 2 became something few people talked about, but its fingerprints were everywhere. The ship, the characters, the tone, the themes. The motion picture is not a clean reboot. It is Phase 2, compressed, magnified, and pushed to the breaking point. Now, here's the truth that Return to Tomorrow makes impossible to ignore. Star Trek didn't leap from cancellation to cinema, it evolved through a television series that never aired. Phase 2 is the missing link between 1969 and 1979. Between episodic TV and cinematic ambition. Between fandom survival and franchise rebirth. Without Phase 2, there's no refit enterprise. And perhaps, most importantly, there would be no proof that Star Trek was strong enough to survive transformation. Star Trek Phase 2 failed, but it failed forward. It built the foundation that saved the franchise. It absorbed the risk so the movie could exist. And it reminds us that sometimes the most important chapter is the one that never reaches the screen. This has been Jim from TrekWorld. And this was the Star Trek that almost came back to television. What if I told you that the most shocking moment in Star Trek the Motion Picture wasn't V'ger, wasn't the refit Enterprise? But the instant audiences realized that the Klingons were no longer familiar at all? The following video is based entirely and solely on Return to Tomorrow by Preston Neal Jones. A rare and fascinating look at the making of Star Trek the Motion Picture done during filming by a third-party observer. You can follow the affiliate link in the description to complete search on Amazon for availability on the used book market. When Star Trek the Motion Picture opens, it doesn't ease its audience back into a familiar universe. It does not reassure, it does not explain. Instead, it throws us into deep space, cold, distant, and unknowable, where Klingon battlecruisers encounter something so vast, so incomprehensible, that they are erased in seconds. But for many viewers in December of 1979, the true shock of that scene was not the power of V'ger. It was the Klingons themselves. Gone were the bronzed faces, thin mustaches, and vaguely Eastern European accents of the original series. In their place stood something radically different. Ridged foreheads, bestial features, predatory eyes, heavy armor, and a physical presence that felt genuinely alien. This was not a cosmetic update. This was a declaration. And behind that declaration lay one of the most consequential and risky creative revolutions in the entire history of Star Trek. To understand how the Klingons were reborn for the motion picture, we have to go back to the late 1970s, when Star Trek itself was being reinvented from the ground up. The franchise had been off television for nearly a decade. Its cultural position had changed. Science fiction had changed. Audiences had changed. And perhaps most importantly, expectations had changed. Star Trek was no longer just a cult TV show remembered fondly in syndication. It was now a property expected to stand shoulder to shoulder with the most ambitious science fiction cinema ever produced. Paramount wasn't thinking in terms of weekly episodes anymore. They were thinking in terms of spectacle, immersion, and credibility on a massive theatrical scale. That ambition affected everything: sets, cinematography, music, sound design. But nowhere was the shift more immediate, more visually confrontational than in the redesign of Star Trek's oldest enemies. The original Klingons of the 1960s were a product of their time and their budget. Television makeup of that era simply could not support elaborate prosthetics, especially under hot studio lights and tight shooting schedules. The solution had been simple: darkened skin tone, facial hair, military uniforms, and a suggestion of cultural difference rather than a literal one. At the time it worked, but by 1979, that approach was no longer viable. Star Trek the Motion Picture was being shot in widescreen, projected on enormous screens, often in 70mm. Every detail would be magnified. Every shortcut would be exposed. If the Klingons still looked like humans in makeup, the illusion would collapse instantly. More importantly, the creative team behind the motion picture was no longer satisfied with implication. They wanted Star Trek's universe to feel ancient, diverse, and biologically complex. They wanted alien species that truly felt evolved under different stars. That meant the Klingons had to change. According to Return to Tomorrow, this was not a decision made lightly. The Klingons were already iconic. Fans recognized them instantly. Altering their appearance carried enormous risk. Change them too little, and they would look dated. Change them too much, and audiences might reject them outright. Yet the filmmakers understood something crucial. Star Trek was no longer being asked to preserve nostalgia. It was being asked to define the future. The task of reinventing the Klingons fell primarily to the film's makeup and design teams, working within the broader aesthetic mandate set by director Robert Wise and the production leadership. Wise approached Star Trek with the mindset of a serious science fiction filmmaker, not a television revivalist. He wanted visual coherence, he wanted plausibility, and above all, he wanted restraint paired with authority. The Klingons needed to feel dangerous again. That danger would not come from dialogue or plot alone. It would come from silhouette, texture, and presence. From the moment they appeared on screen, they needed to communicate that these were not men playing villains, but an entirely separate species with its own evolutionary history. The decision to give Klingons ridged foreheads was more than an aesthetic flourish. It was a biological statement. It implied bone structure. It implied cranial variation. It suggested that Klingons were not merely culturally different from humans, but physiologically distinct in fundamental ways. The ridges themselves were designed to feel organic rather than ornamental. They were irregular, asymmetrical, and heavy. These were not decorative crests. They looked like reinforced skull plates, structures that might protect the brain of a warrior species evolved in a harsher environment. Creating those ridges was a technical challenge in itself. Prosthetic appliances in the late 1970s had advanced significantly beyond the television era, but they were still labor-intensive, fragile, and uncomfortable. Each Klingon actor endured hours of makeup application, layering latex and foam pieces, blending edges, and carefully painting skin tones to avoid a rubber mask look under harsh lighting. This wasn't makeup meant to be seen from across a living room. This was makeup designed to hold up under close-ups on a 40-foot screen. Equally important was the decision to abandon the simplistic darkening of human skin tones. The motion picture's Klingons featured complex coloration, subtle reds, browns, and grays that suggested blood flow beneath thick skin. Their faces had texture, pores, scars, imperfections. These Klingons looked lived in. They looked like they had survived battles long before the Enterprise ever encountered them. Costuming reinforced this transformation. The Klingon armor in the motion picture was heavy, layered, and aggressively non-human in its design language. Unlike Starfleet uniforms, which emphasized smooth lines and functional elegance, Klingon attire appeared ceremonial and martial at the same time. There were sharp angles, overlapping plates, and exaggerated shoulder elements that made Klingon figures appear broader and more imposing. Even at rest, they looked like they were armored for violence. This was not accidental. The design philosophy was clear. Starfleet represented order, discipline, and idealism. Klingons represented strength, conquest, and endurance. Every visual choice reinforced that contrast. But perhaps the most subtle and effective aspect of the Klingon redesign lay in performance. Makeup alone does not create an alien species. Performance completes the illusion. The actors playing Klingons in the motion picture were encouraged to move differently than humans. Their posture was more grounded. Their gestures were economical and deliberate. Their presence conveyed weight, both physical and psychological. Even their speech patterns were altered. The Klingons in the motion picture did not rant or sneer. They spoke with measured authority, as if confident that their dominance was self-evident. When they encountered V'ger, their reactions were not cartoonish fear, but disbelief, followed by defiance. That defiance made their destruction more unsettling. These were not disposable villains. These were powerful figures who believed themselves invincible, until the universe proved otherwise. And that, perhaps, was the most important narrative function of the redesigned Klingons. They were there to establish scale, by showing the audience that even the Klingon Empire, reborn as something formidable and truly alien, could be annihilated in moments. The motion picture immediately communicated that V'ger was not a threat like any Star Trek had faced before. This wasn't a battle of ideologies. It was an encounter with something beyond comprehension. In that sense, the Klingons served as sacrificial titans. Their redesign made them credible enough that their defeat carried weight. If they had appeared as they did in the 1960s series, the moment might have felt quaint or even amusing. Instead, it felt ominous. Yet for all the care and intent behind the redesign, the filmmakers knew they were courting controversy. Fans noticed the difference immediately. Some were thrilled, others were confused, a few were outright hostile. Letters poured in. Questions were asked. Had Star Trek retconned its own history? Were these even the same Klingons? At the time, no on-screen explanation was provided. The film simply presented the new Klingons as reality, and moved on. In retrospect, that silence was one of the boldest choices the franchise ever made. Rather than justifying the change, the motion picture asserted it. This is what Klingons look like now. Accept it or don't. But this is the universe moving forward. Over time, that decision would pay dividends far beyond the scope of the film itself. The motion picture Klingons became the foundation for every Klingon appearance that followed, from the search for Spock and the undiscovered country to the next generation and beyond. Entire cultures, languages, and philosophies would eventually be built atop the visual foundation laid in 1979. What began as a risky redesign became one of Star Trek's most enduring contributions to science fiction world-building. And it's worth remembering how fragile that moment was. If the makeup had failed, if the performances had slipped into parody, if the audience had rejected the change outright, the Klingons might have faded into cinematic history as a miscalculation. Instead, they became a standard. The reason lies in how seriously the motion picture took its aliens. This was not a film that relied on recycled television shorthand. It wanted Star Trek to feel like a universe with depth, one where civilizations had biology, history, and internal logic. The Klingon redesign wasn't about looking cool. It was about making Star Trek credible at a new scale. And that credibility mattered. Because once you believe the Klingons are real, once they feel like something other than humans in makeup, you are more willing to believe in everything else the film asks of you. V'ger becomes more plausible. The Enterprise feels more authentic. The universe expands. In that sense, the Klingons were not just redesigned. They were upgraded to carry the weight of the franchise's future. Today, it's almost impossible to imagine Klingons without ridges. The design feels inevitable, as if it were always meant to be that way. But inevitability is often just hindsight wearing confidence. In 1979, this was a leap. A leap made under enormous pressure with enormous stakes by filmmakers who understood that Star Trek could not survive by standing still. The reborn Klingons of Star Trek the Motion Picture were not just villains in an opening scene. They were a warning, a promise, and a declaration that Star Trek had entered a larger, stranger universe, one where even its oldest enemies could no longer remain familiar. There's a moment in Star Trek the Motion Picture that doesn't feel like science fiction at all. It feels like something wrong has happened on screen. And by the time you realize why, the film has already crossed a line Star Trek never crossed before. When audiences sat down in late 1979 to watch Star Trek the Motion Picture, they expected wonder. They expected scale. They expected beauty, optimism, and the return of a universe they had not seen in over a decade. What almost no one expected was fear. Not the swashbuckling danger of Klingon ambushes, not the peril of a malfunctioning transporter beam, but something quieter, colder, something that felt invasive. And nowhere is that feeling more concentrated, more disturbing, than in the creation of the Ilea probe. Because the probe is not just a character. It is not simply a plot device. It is Star Trek the Motion Picture reaching into territory that borders on existential horror. And doing so, deliberately, carefully, and with remarkable conviction. To understand why the probe unsettles audiences even today, we have to understand what Star Trek was trying to become in 1979, and what it was willing to risk to get there. From the very beginning, the motion picture was conceived as a break from television Star Trek. This was not meant to be an extended episode. It was meant to be cinema. And cinema in the late 1970s, especially prestige science fiction, was no longer about rubber monsters and weekly morality plays. It was about ideas, about scale, about humanity confronting something incomprehensibly vast. 2001: A Space Odyssey loomed over every conversation. The people shaping the motion picture, as detailed extensively in Return to Tomorrow, understood that if Star Trek was going to survive in this new cinematic landscape, it could not simply repeat what it had already done. So the antagonist of the film would not be a villain in the traditional sense. V'ger would not threaten Earth out of malice or conquest. It would threaten Earth because it did not understand humanity. And the probe is where that misunderstanding becomes personal. Before she ever becomes the probe, Ilea represents something crucial to the film's philosophy. She is alien, but not monstrous. She is sensual, but disciplined. She is empathetic, but controlled. A Deltan navigator sworn to celibacy because her species' emotions are overwhelming to humans, Ilea embodies the film's central tension: connection versus control. This is not accidental. As Return to Tomorrow makes clear, Ilea was designed from the outset to function as an emotional counterweight to the film's otherwise cerebral structure. Her relationship with Decker is not a conventional romance. It is a study in restraint, longing, and unspoken connection, which makes what happens to her later far more disturbing. Because when V'ger takes her, it does not merely kill her, it copies her. The choice to replace Ilea with a duplicate rather than simply kill her off was a pivotal one and a dangerous one. In interviews preserved in Return to Tomorrow, multiple members of the creative team describe an unease surrounding the concept. This was not the kind of loss Star Trek usually portrayed. The probe would look like her, sound like her, move like her, but it would not be her. That distinction is where the horror lives. Unlike earlier Trek stories where characters are possessed or controlled, the probe is something colder. There's no internal struggle, no flicker of resistance. She's gone, and what remains does not care. From the earliest design discussions, the directive for the probe was not make her scary. It was make her off. Subtle changes were everything. Her posture is straighter. Her movements are slower, more deliberate. Her gaze lingers too long or not long enough. According to Return to Tomorrow, great care was taken to ensure that nothing about the probe felt exaggerated. No glowing eyes, no monstrous features. The horror would come from recognition. Audiences would know her. They would remember her warmth, her vulnerability, her quiet humor. And then they would watch something wearing her face behave as if those qualities had never existed. What makes the probe work is not prosthetics or visual effects. It is performance. Persis Khambatta's portrayal of the probe is one of the most disciplined performances in the entire film, and one of the most overlooked. Her line readings are flat, but not robotic. Her movements are precise, but not mechanical. She does not play the probe as a machine trying to imitate a human. She plays it as something that sees no difference between the two. That choice is devastating. In Return to Tomorrow, members of the production note how unsettling her presence was even on set. Crew members described moments where it felt as though Persis had simply vanished behind the performance. That's exactly what the audience experiences. One of the reasons the probe remains controversial, even decades later, is that it touches on themes Star Trek rarely confronted directly. The probe uses her body without consent. It speaks with her voice. It references her memories as data points, and when it interacts with Decker, the implications become deeply uncomfortable. The probe does not understand intimacy. It does not understand love, but it understands function. This is not seduction, it is examination. For a franchise rooted in optimism, this moment is chilling. And yet, as Return to Tomorrow emphasizes, it was intentional. The filmmakers wanted audiences to feel the cost of V'ger's ignorance, not in abstract terms, but in human ones. In many ways, the probe scenes feel like they belong to a different genre entirely. The lighting shifts cooler, the pacing slows, the music becomes sparse. There is space for silence. Star Trek had rarely allowed silence to linger like this before. The probe does not argue. It does not threaten. It simply states. And in doing so, it strips away the comforting rhythms of television Trek. This is not a problem to be solved in 45 minutes. This is an encounter with something fundamentally incompatible with human experience. Contemporary reactions, again documented in Return to Tomorrow, describe audiences growing noticeably quiet during the probe sequences. Not restless and not bored. Quiet. This was not the response Paramount had grown accustomed to. But it was a response Robert Wise understood very well. Silence meant engagement. Silence meant the film had crossed into territory where viewers were processing, not consuming. Ultimately, the probe is the film's thesis in human form. V'ger seeks its creator because it cannot understand why it exists. The probe seeks information because it cannot understand meaning. Her humanity, her emotional presence, has been removed, and what remains is pure function. Star Trek has always asked what it means to be human, but rarely had it shown so starkly what happens when humanity is absent. More than 40 years later, the probe remains unsettling, not because it is graphic or violent, but because it is plausible. There's no malice, no cruelty, only indifference. And that, perhaps, is the most frightening idea Star Trek ever put on screen. The Ilea probe is not evil, it is incomplete. And in that incompleteness, it shows us exactly what makes humanity irreplaceable. Hi, this is Jim from TrekWorld. Star Trek never meant to make you afraid of the transporter, but one routine beam-up turns into a clean, clinical execution. No warning music, no build-up. Just two voices breaking apart mid-scream while the shell-shocked crew watches on. The motion picture was never supposed to frighten its audience. From its earliest conception, the film was positioned as something elevated, something dignified, something closer to a grand science fiction meditation than an adrenaline-driven space adventure. The ambition was scale, seriousness, and a sense of cosmic awe that television had never been able to deliver. Yet buried within that aspiration is one moment that still unsettles viewers decades later. A sequence so stark, so abrupt, and so emotionally jarring that it feels like it belongs to an entirely different genre. The transporter malfunction scene does not announce itself as horror. There's no musical sting warning the audience. There's no ominous buildup. It unfolds with the procedural calm of Starfleet routine, the kind of everyday operation the franchise had taught viewers to trust implicitly since 1966. And that is precisely why it works. In Return to Tomorrow, the people who made the film described this scene not as an attempt to shock, but as a moment of narrative honesty.
The following program is brought to you in living color by TrekWorld.
Transporters, for all their convenience, had always been a conceptual gamble. The television series rarely lingered on their implications. Beams of light appeared, characters vanished, and seconds later they reassembled somewhere else without consequence. For the feature film, the creative team wanted to confront the reality of what that process might entail if something went wrong. The result is one of the most disturbing sequences in all of Star Trek. The scene begins quietly. Two officers, Sonak and an unnamed traveling companion, are in the process of beaming aboard the Enterprise. The tone is procedural, almost bureaucratic. Dialogue is clipped. There is no emotional framing. This is Starfleet competence on display, the machinery of exploration, functioning as intended. The bridge crew watches casually. No one anticipates disaster. Behind the scenes, however, the transporter sequence was anything but routine. According to Return to Tomorrow, the decision to show a transporter accident in explicit detail emerged during discussions about grounding the film in consequences. This was not the television series where weekly resets smoothed over existential dangers. This was Star Trek reintroducing itself as adult science fiction, and the filmmakers believed that meant showing that technology, even revered technology, could fail catastrophically. What makes the transporter scene so effective is that it does not sensationalize that failure, it documents it. The visual effects team approached the moment not as spectacle, but as disintegration. The actors on the pad were not meant to appear consumed by energy or vaporized in a flash. Instead, the image fractures. The bodies partially form, partially collapse. The process is wrong, visibly wrong, in a way that defies the audience's expectations of how Star Trek technology behaves. On set, the sequence required a complex combination of optical effects, sound design, and editorial restraint. The actors were filmed performing against minimal physical reference, trusting that the final composite would sell the horror. Crew members recall that the first time they saw the completed sequence projected at scale, the reaction in the room was silence. Not applause, not excitement. Silence. The sound design is critical here. There's no heroic score, no comforting musical language to cushion the impact. Instead, the audio drops into a cold, mechanical distortion. Voices echo unnaturally. A scream cuts off mid-syllable. The transporter beam itself sounds unstable, as though the machinery is fighting against physics. This was deliberate. The following video is based entirely and solely on Return to Tomorrow by Preston Neal Jones, a rare and fascinating look at the making of Star Trek the Motion Picture done during filming by a third-party observer. You can follow the affiliate link in the description to complete search on Amazon for availability on the used book market. The filmmakers wanted the audience to feel the failure before they understood it intellectually. The reaction shots are restrained. Kirk does not shout orders immediately. Scotty stares at his console in disbelief. Rand's reaction, however, anchors the scene emotionally. Her horror is unfiltered. She recoils not from danger, but from responsibility. This is a woman who has always trusted the transporter, now forced to confront its worst possible outcome. Return to Tomorrow makes it clear that this scene was not softened in post-production. There was no attempt to reduce its impact for accessibility. The sequence remains brief, but its brevity only intensifies its effect. The film does not linger. It allows the moment to exist, then moves on, leaving the audience to process what they have just witnessed. This choice was controversial internally. Some involved in the production worried that the scene went too far, that it crossed an invisible line from seriousness into cruelty. Star Trek, after all, was a franchise built on optimism. Did showing technology literally tearing people apart undermine that ethos? Others argued the opposite. By acknowledging the danger inherent in exploration, the film was honoring Star Trek's core philosophy rather than betraying it. Progress was never free. Discovery was never safe. The transporter scene becomes in this reading a warning, not about technology itself, but about complacency. Visually, the scene benefits from the aesthetic language of the entire film. The Enterprise interiors are clean, minimalist, almost clinical. There's no visual clutter to distract from the failure. The transporter room is sterile and orderly. When the accident occurs, it feels like contamination entering a controlled environment. This contrast is key. Horror often relies on darkness, shadows, and unknown spaces. The transporter accident takes place in full light, under observation, with witnesses. There's nowhere for the horror to hide. It unfolds openly, making it harder to dismiss as an aberration or trick of perception. The aftermath is handled with equal restraint. There's no graphic depiction of remains. Instead, the horror lingers in implication. The characters understand what has happened. The audience understands what has happened. Nothing further needs to be shown. The transporter scene also serves a structural purpose. It establishes that the mission ahead is not ceremonial. This is not a parade of nostalgia or a victory lap for returning heroes. Something is wrong in this universe, and the cost of failure will be real. From a filmmaking perspective, the sequence demonstrates an unusual confidence. The film does not explain the malfunction in detail. There's no technobabble breakdown of exactly what went wrong. The audience is trusted to accept that complex systems can fail unpredictably. That ambiguity adds to the unease. Return to Tomorrow notes that this trust in the audience was a hallmark of Robert Wise's approach. He believed that over-explanation diminished impact. Better to let the moment breathe, to let viewers fill in the gaps themselves. In that sense, the transporter accident is one of the most cinematic scenes in the film. It uses image, sound, and performance rather than dialogue to communicate meaning. It is experiential rather than informational. Over time, this scene has become a touchstone for discussions about Star Trek's tonal range. Some fans cite it as evidence that the motion picture is colder, darker, and less accessible than its successors. Others argue that it represents the franchise at its most intellectually honest, unafraid to confront the dangers implicit in its own inventions. What is undeniable is its staying power. Viewers who have forgotten plot details, character arcs, or even the film's central mystery often remember the transporter scene vividly. It imprints itself on the mind precisely because it violates expectation. In Return to Tomorrow, several contributors remarked that the scene feels almost out of time. It does not resemble television Star Trek, nor does it fully align with the tone of later films. It exists in a narrow creative window, where the franchise was redefining itself and had not yet settled on a formula. That liminal quality is what makes it powerful. The transporter accident also subtly reframes the Enterprise itself. This is not a flawless symbol of progress. It is a machine, magnificent, advanced, but capable of lethal error. The crew's confidence is shaken, and that fracture carries forward into the film's broader themes of humanity confronting something far beyond its understanding. The scene's placement early in the film is strategic. It tells the audience without speeches or exposition that safety is no longer guaranteed. Every subsequent journey, every venture into the unknown, carries the memory of that failure. Even the film's later moments of wonder, the Enterprise reveal, the vastness of V'ger, the transcendental finale, are colored by that early reminder of vulnerability. Awe and terror coexist, inseparable. From a production standpoint, the transporter scene represents the creative risks the motion picture was willing to take. It could have played safe. It could have preserved the transporter as a magical convenience. Instead, it chose to interrogate it. That interrogation resonates far beyond the film itself. Later Star Trek series would revisit transporter accidents, but rarely with the same starkness. Often, they added explanations, reversals, or miraculous recoveries. The motion picture offers no such comfort. The people lost in that transporter malfunction are not restored. There's no reset button. The universe moves on. In that way, the scene quietly signals Star Trek's transition from episodic television fantasy to cinematic science fiction. Consequences matter here. Loss is permanent. Return to Tomorrow captures the unease this caused among some involved in the franchise. Star Trek was beloved precisely because it offered reassurance about the future. Introducing irreversible tragedy felt like a gamble, but it was a gamble that paid off artistically. The transporter accident remains one of the film's most discussed moments because it refuses to soften itself. It does not apologize. It does not explain. It simply presents a failure and allows the audience to sit with it. That confidence is rare. In hindsight, the scene feels prophetic. As technology in the real world has grown more complex and more opaque, the idea that systems can fail in catastrophic, poorly understood ways feels increasingly relevant. The transporter accident no longer reads as speculative fiction alone. It reads as cautionary. The motion picture may be remembered for its grandeur, its pacing, and its philosophical ambitions, but its most haunting moment lasts only seconds. It arrives unannounced, shatters trust, and then disappears, leaving a scar on the narrative and the viewer alike. And perhaps that's why it endures. Because in a franchise built on hope, the transporter accident reminds us that hope is not the absence of danger, but the courage to face it, knowing the cost. Star Trek returned after a decade of silence, not with action or heroism, but with Spock abandoning his friends in the desert. And that single decision quietly told audiences everything had changed.
The following program is brought to you in living color by TrekWorld.
The following video is based entirely and solely on Return to Tomorrow by Preston Neal Jones, a rare and fascinating look at the making of Star Trek the Motion Picture done during filming by a third-party observer. You can follow the affiliate link in the description to complete search on Amazon for availability on the used book market. The landscape is barren. The architecture is severe. The color palette is muted and austere. And at the center of it all stands Spock. This choice was not accidental. It was not indulgent. And it was not meant to comfort the audience. According to Return to Tomorrow, the opening was designed as a statement before a story even began. It told viewers that this film would not behave like television. It told them that familiarity would not be the currency of this return. And it told them that Star Trek was no longer interested in easing anyone back into its universe. Spock is shown undergoing Kolinahr. This is the Vulcan ritual intended to purge all remaining emotion. It is the ultimate act of self-denial in Vulcan philosophy. In previous Star Trek, Spock's emotional struggle was a tension point. Here, it becomes the entire thematic foundation. The filmmakers were keenly aware that the opening minutes would determine audience expectations. Gene Roddenberry knew fans would be watching closely. He knew critics would be measuring intent, and he knew that Star Trek's return after 10 years carried enormous symbolic weight. The decision to open on Vulcan came from a desire to establish scale and seriousness. Television Star Trek often opened with dialogue or action. The film opens with ritual. It opens with silence. It opens with abstraction. In Return to Tomorrow, multiple voices describe the opening as deliberate, challenging, and risky. No one involved believed it would be universally embraced, but Gene believed it was necessary. Spock's presence on Vulcan immediately reframes the character. He is no longer the outsider aboard the Enterprise. He is now the outsider among his own people. His half-human nature has become a liability rather than a bridge. The Kolinahr ritual itself is staged with restraint. There are no theatrical gestures. There are no elaborate visual effects. Instead, the power comes from stillness. The Vulcan masters sit in judgment. Spock kneels before them. The environment feels ancient and unforgiving. The ritual is portrayed as emotionally cold and spiritually exacting. This is not a triumph. This is a surrender. Spock believes that by completing Kolinahr, he can finally escape the pain of the emotional conflict. He believes that logic alone will bring peace. And yet, the ritual fails. This failure is crucial. It is the emotional axis of the entire film. It establishes that the central conflict of the motion picture is not external. It is internal. In earlier Star Trek episodes, Spock's emotions were something to be suppressed or managed. Here, they are treated as an unresolved wound. The ritual's failure confirms that Spock cannot erase his humanity. And more importantly, it suggests that perhaps he should not. Return to Tomorrow makes clear that this thematic choice came from extensive discussion. The film's creators wanted Star Trek to engage with larger philosophical questions. Gene Roddenberry wanted the film to feel contemplative. He wanted it to feel mature. Opening with Kolinahr signals that the story will ask questions rather than provide answers. It positions Star Trek alongside serious science fiction cinema rather than episodic adventure. The Vulcan sequences were designed to feel alien without being fantastical. The sets were stark and minimal. The costumes were subdued. The performances were restrained to the point of discomfort. Leonard Nimoy's portrayal of Spock in these scenes is intentionally withdrawn. His movements are precise. His voice is controlled. His posture communicates discipline rather than confidence. The moment the ritual fails is understated. There's no explosion. There's no confrontation. There's simply a recognition that something essential remains unresolved. This restraint was intentional. According to Return to Tomorrow, the filmmakers wanted the audience to lean forward rather than react. Gene Roddenberry wanted viewers to feel unease rather than excitement. It is not contextualized. It is felt. The imagery is vague and overwhelming. The sound design is intrusive. And Spock's reaction is the first hint that something vast and unknowable is approaching. This is where the opening performs its second function. It quietly connects Spock's internal struggle with the external threat. Logic alone cannot contain what is coming. Spock's failure at Kolinahr sends him away from Vulcan rather than deeper into it. He leaves without resolution. He leaves without peace. And he leaves without answers. This departure mirrors the audience's own position. We are returned to Star Trek without explanation. We are asked to observe rather than be guided. And we are invited to experience uncertainty as a feature rather than a flaw. The opening sequence also establishes the film's visual grammar. Camera movement is slow and deliberate. Shots linger longer than television audiences were accustomed to. The editing prioritizes mood over momentum. This pacing was not accidental. The filmmakers believed that Star Trek deserved to breathe on the big screen. Gene Roddenberry wanted scale to be felt through time as much as space. The Kolinahr sequence sets expectations for that rhythm. It tells the audience to recalibrate. It asks for patience. One of the most striking aspects of the opening is its refusal to celebrate nostalgia. There is no reminder of the original crew. There is no musical callback to familiar themes. The film does not reassure viewers that everything they loved is waiting just off screen. Instead, it insists on transformation. In Return to Tomorrow, several participants describe this opening as a line in the sand. Star Trek would not return unchanged, and it would not apologize for that. The contrast between Vulcan and the Enterprise later in the film is intentional. Vulcan represents emotional denial. The Enterprise represents imperfect humanity. Spock's journey is not about becoming more Vulcan. It is about understanding why he never could. The opening seriousness was also meant to position the film as an adult experience. This was not Saturday afternoon television. This was a theatrical event. Paramount wanted the film to compete with prestige science fiction. They wanted it to feel important. And the Kolinahr opening signals that ambition immediately. The costuming reinforces this tone. Spock's ceremonial robes are heavy and unadorned. They suppress individuality. They emphasize conformity. By contrast, the Starfleet uniforms that appear later are sleek and modern. They are designed for function rather than ritual. These uniforms also feature one of the film's most subtle design elements, the small biosensor belt buckles. According to Return to Tomorrow, these belt devices were intended to visually reinforce the idea of constant monitoring. They were meant to suggest a future where health, readiness, and biological status were continuously assessed. They also subtly reinforce the film's obsession with systems, logic, and control. The presence of these biosensor buckles complements the Kolinahr opening. Both communicate a universe obsessed with order. Both suggest that humanity is increasingly mediated by technology and discipline. Spock's rejection of Vulcan emotional purging foreshadows the film's ultimate message. Pure logic is not enlightenment, it is limitation. The opening also establishes that Star Trek is willing to be uncomfortable. It does not chase applause. It doesn't seek immediate emotional reward. This approach would later become one of the film's most divisive qualities. Some viewers found it hypnotic, others found it alienating. But from a thematic standpoint, it is coherent. The film opens by stripping away expectation. It forces the audience to confront stillness. Spock's Kolinahr is not a prologue. It is a thesis. Everything that follows is a response to its failure. The Enterprise's return. Kirk's struggle with relevance. V'ger's quest for meaning. All of it echoes that first unanswered question. Who are we when logic is not enough? The opening refuses to tell us. Instead, it invites us to watch the characters discover it for themselves. That is why the film begins here. Not in space, not in action, but in doubt. And that choice defines the motion picture more than any visual effect or spectacle that follows. It is Star Trek asking whether growth requires letting go of certainty. It is a franchise daring its audience to evolve with it. And it all begins with Spock walking away from Vulcan, incomplete, unresolved, and finally honest about who he is. When Star Trek the Motion Picture finally reached theaters in December of 1979, audiences saw a sleek, expensive, cerebral science fiction epic, one that looked nothing like 1960s television and didn't behave like a modern blockbuster either. But what the audience didn't see was the quiet war happening behind the scenes. A war not fought with shouting matches or public ultimatums, but with memos, rewrites, silences, and competing visions of what Star Trek even was. At the center of that conflict stood two men. One was Gene Roddenberry, the creator of Star Trek, its philosophical architect, and the man who had spent a decade fighting to keep his universe alive after television cancellation. The other was Robert Wise, a legendary Hollywood director, hired precisely because he was known for discipline, control, and the ability to deliver massive productions on time and on budget. This is the story of how those two men, both indispensable, became locked in a creative standoff that shaped every frame of the motion picture, and how Star Trek nearly fractured under the weight of its own rebirth. You see, when Paramount committed to bringing Star Trek back, Gene Roddenberry returned not as a guest, but as a central authority. For Roddenberry, this wasn't just another job. This was vindication. For 10 years, Star Trek had lived in syndication, conventions, and fan letters. While Hollywood had moved on, Roddenberry never had. He believed Star Trek had been ahead of its time, and that now, finally, the world was ready to catch up. According to Return to Tomorrow, Roddenberry arrived at the motion picture with an intense sense of ownership. Not merely legal ownership, but philosophical stewardship. This wasn't just a movie with Star Trek branding. This was Star Trek as Roddenberry had always wanted it to be. Bigger, smarter, more contemplative, less episodic. Roddenberry believed Star Trek should evolve beyond adventure television into something closer to cinematic science fiction, closer to 2001: A Space Odyssey than to space westerns. And crucially, he believed that he was the one person who truly understood what Star Trek needed to say. History shows us that Robert Wise was not hired to reinvent Star Trek. He was hired to finish it. Wise was already a legend, an editor on Citizen Kane, a director of The Day the Earth Stood Still, West Side Story, The Andromeda Strain, The Sound of Music. He was known in Hollywood as calm, methodical, and authoritative. Paramount wanted Wise precisely because he wasn't a Star Trek insider. They wanted someone who could take a chaotic production, scripts in flux, effects unfinished, schedules slipping, and impose order. Wise did not arrive seeking philosophical debates. He arrived seeking locked scripts, clear authority, and a chain of command. And that was the problem, because Roddenberry did not intend to step aside. From the beginning, Return to Tomorrow makes clear that Roddenberry and Wise approached Star Trek from fundamentally different angles. Roddenberry viewed Star Trek as a message. Wise viewed Star Trek as a film. Roddenberry believed the movie should explore humanity's place in the universe, ideas about consciousness, evolution, and the dangers of unchecked logic. Wise believed the movie needed structure, pacing, clarity, and emotional accessibility. Neither man was wrong. But they were not aligned. Roddenberry was deeply involved in story development, often rewriting scenes, adjusting dialogue, and expanding philosophical beats. Wise, meanwhile, needed a script that could actually be shot. The result was tension, not explosive, but constant. One of the central battlegrounds between Roddenberry and Wise was the script. Return to Tomorrow documents a script process that never truly stabilized. Drafts changed, dialogue shifted, scenes expanded, contracted, and sometimes reappeared after being cut. Roddenberry continued refining ideas even as production moved forward. For him, Star Trek was still being discovered. For Wise, this was a nightmare. Wise needed finality. He needed scenes that could be blocked, scheduled, rehearsed, and filmed without fear that tomorrow's memo would undo today's work. Roddenberry, however, felt morally obligated to keep improving the story. To him, stopping felt like compromising Star Trek's meaning. What makes this conflict fascinating is that it rarely manifested as open hostility. There are no legendary shouting matches recorded in Return to Tomorrow. No dramatic ultimatums. Instead, the struggle played out quietly. Roddenberry issued memos. Wise requested cuts. Producers mediated. Roddenberry often communicated through paperwork rather than confrontation, sending notes that subtly reasserted creative authority. Wise, for his part, relied on structure and silence. He didn't argue philosophy. He simply directed what was on the page that day. This wasn't a battle of egos. It was a battle of definitions. The conflict extended even into how characters were portrayed. Roddenberry saw Spock's journey as emblematic of Star Trek's central theme, the balance between logic and emotion. Wise, meanwhile, was concerned with how that journey played on screen. Scenes that Roddenberry viewed as essential philosophical moments sometimes struck Wise as static or overly abstract. This tension shaped the film's tone, particularly its famously deliberate pacing. Long visual passages, extended silent sequences, moments of awe without dialogue. Roddenberry believed audiences needed time to think. Wise worried audiences might disengage. Another key factor was power, or rather, the limits of it. Despite his reputation, Robert Wise did not have full creative autonomy. He was operating within a studio system eager to protect its investment and wary of alienating Star Trek's creator. Roddenberry, meanwhile, had contractual authority that allowed him to remain deeply involved. Return to Tomorrow makes clear that Wise was often navigating around Roddenberry rather than confronting him directly. He focused on what he could control: performances, blocking, and tone. Roddenberry focused on meaning. The result was a film that feels both tightly controlled and strangely unrestrained at the same time. Nothing exemplifies this better than V'Ger itself. Roddenberry saw V'Ger as the ultimate Star Trek antagonist, not a villain, but a mirror. A machine intelligence seeking its creator. This idea resonated deeply with Roddenberry's long-standing interest in evolution and artificial intelligence. Wise respected the concept, but struggled with how abstract it was. How do you dramatize a cloud? How do you make an idea feel urgent? Roddenberry was content with mystery. Wise needed momentum. The compromise is the V'Ger we see on screen, immense, ominous, but often distant. As deadlines approached, the balance of power subtly shifted. With effects unfinished and release dates immovable, Wise increasingly focused on completion. Roddenberry continued refining, but the machine of production was now moving too fast to fully accommodate him. The movie that emerged was neither purely Roddenberry's philosophical epic, nor purely Wise's disciplined narrative. It was a hybrid, a negotiation captured on celluloid. When the motion picture premiered, reactions were divided. Some praised its intelligence and ambition, others criticized its pacing and emotional distance. Behind the scenes, both Roddenberry and Wise had mixed feelings. Roddenberry believed the film pointed Star Trek toward a more serious future. Wise believed it proved the dangers of unchecked conceptual ambition. History, as always, would judge differently. What Return to Tomorrow reveals, perhaps unintentionally, is that Star Trek survived not because one man won, but because neither did. Roddenberry's ideas pushed Star Trek beyond nostalgia. Wise's discipline kept it from collapsing entirely. Their tension created a film that is still debated decades later, not forgotten. And that may be Star Trek's greatest strength. It survives disagreement. The movie is not a compromise in the usual sense. It is a conversation between creator and director, philosophy and craft, ambition and control. And every time the Enterprise drifts silently across the screen, you can feel that conversation still happening.
The following program is brought to you in living color by TrekWorld.
Remember that in all of these videos, there's going to be a link in the description that you can go to where you will actually be taken to an affiliate link on Amazon showing you the availability of the books that I've been discussing.
Close your eyes and go back in time with me. It's the 1970s. Star Trek was gone from television. 3 short seasons fading into grainy late-night reruns on UHF stations. But in a cluttered Los Angeles office, one man refused to move on. Gene Roddenberry still read every fan letter, every envelope from a fan who believed the dream wasn't dead. Outside the studio gates, a new frontier was forming. Convention halls filled with uniforms sewn at home, fanzines cranked out on mimeograph machines, and strangers gathering to share a vision of the future. Mark Cushman's These Are the Voyages, Gene Roddenberry and Star Trek in the 1970s, Volume 1, 1970 through 75, thank you, opens that forgotten chapter. It shows us the years the public forgot, but the fans remembered, when the flame was not kept alive by studios, but by faith. This first volume from Jacobs Brown Press traces 1970 through 1975, the silent half-decade between the original series and its return. The book is nearly 800 pages long, and it reads not like a biography, but like an expedition through archives. Cushman and Susan Osborne excavate the UCLA Roddenberry and Justman collections, studio memos, internal correspondence, and forgotten press clippings, rebuilding a timeline that most histories reduced to a single paragraph. Each chapter is both chronological and thematic. Roddenberry's pilots, the birth of fandom, the astonishing fact that Star Trek's audience was actually growing in syndication. The book's pages feel tactile. You can almost hear the whir of a typewriter, the crackle of telegram paper from the 1970s. This is not a brisk read. It's deliberate, methodical, and immersive. You can't skim it. You live in it, surrounded by the paper trail of a man trying to keep a universe alive. Cushman's greatest strength is his authenticity. He doesn't speculate, he shows. Every insight comes straight from Roddenberry's own words. Letters to Paramount pleading for intelligent science fiction, memos from NASA consultants about plausible warp physics, personal notes to friends where doubts seep through the optimism. For the first time, we get a glimpse of Roddenberry the human, frustrated, inspired, and stubbornly idealistic. Equally compelling is the parallel story, how fans became Star Trek's life support. Cushman reprints convention flyers, fan club circulars, and photographs of ordinary people transforming passion into movement. You watch a grassroots campaign evolve into a global phenomena. Visually, the box kind of feels like opening a shoebox of history. Black and white photos of Roddenberry's office, candid shots from early conventions, sketches from pilots that never aired. They're imperfect, but alive. They still breathe. For researchers, it's a treasure vault. For fans, it's a seat beside the man himself as he tries, and sometimes fails, to keep his ship afloat. However, every archive has gravity, and sometimes Cushman's does pull you under. Pages are dense with contracts, royalties, and legal wrangling that can feel like you're wading through filing cabinets. Transitions between letters and commentary are sometimes abrupt, and some documents really feel like they're overstaying their welcome by the time you're done with them. Yet within that bureaucracy lies a deeper drama. A creator fighting to control his own invention while Hollywood moved on without him. Those dry memos become a battlefield of Roddenberry's career. Now, Cushman rarely sanitizes his subject. We see Roddenberry's ego, his impatience, even bitterness towards networks and fans. But those flaws, well, they can sometimes humanize him. They remind us that genius often travels with stubbornness.
There are a few tiny technical hiccups in the volume. Tiny captions, light gray text, a layout that strains on the eye, but every rough edge feels honest, like the smudges on a carbon copy script, if you remember those. For every page that drags, another glows with discovery. This isn't a coffee table celebration. It's an unfiltered logbook of a man navigating the vacuum between failure and faith. Fortunately, the most cinematic stretch of the book explores the lost pilots. Genesis 2, Planet Earth, and the Questor tapes. Each was a laboratory of ideas that would later evolve into Star Trek's future. In Genesis 2, humanity claws back from apocalypse. In Planet Earth, explorers rebuild civilization. In Questor, an android searches for his creator, a prototype for Data a decade early. Cushman weaves in script pages, casting notes, and memos that show Roddenberry still chased optimism through the cynicism of 1970s television. He supplements text with concept art by Matt Jeffries and Malcolm McQuarrie, sleek starships sketched in pencil, futuristic costumes pinned to corkboards. They're artifacts from a parallel universe of unmade dreams. None of these pilots sold, but together they proved the philosophy never died. Diversity, curiosity, and compassion still powered Roddenberry's writing. The bridge between the original series and the Next Generation was already under construction. We just couldn't see it yet. Now, beyond biography, Cushman also charts Star Trek's resurrection. He quantifies how syndication turned a canceled show into a movement. By 1973, its reruns outrated primetime dramas. Paramount couldn't ignore those numbers. He celebrates fan organizers B. Joe and John Trumbull, whose letter-writing campaigns and early conventions proved the audience had become the network. Roddenberry embraced it, sometimes warily, realizing that the dream now belonged in the hands of the fans. Cushman also documents the merchandising boom, novelizations, toys, posters that quietly kept the brand alive and its creator employed. Internal memos reveal executives puzzled by a phenomenon that refused to die. By 1975, the momentum was unstoppable. Phase 2 was on the drawing board. Roddenberry was back at the center. Cushman makes it clear that revival was not nostalgia. It was proof that optimism still had an audience. The numbers told the story. You see, hope sells. So, is These the Voyages, the 1970s, Volume 1 worth the journey? Without question. It's not a quick read or a glossy celebration. It's archaeology, a slow unearthing of how belief kept Star Trek alive. For academics, it's primary source material. For fans, it's pilgrimage. Cushman's unfiltered detail demands patience, but rewards it with truth. We see contracts signed in frustration, letters written in hope, and a creator refusing to quit. By the end of 1975, Star Trek was no longer a canceled series. It was a cultural movement. And Gene Roddenberry, the man who once watched his creation fade to black, was preparing to take us back to the stars.
Hi, this is Jim from TrekWorld. What if Star Trek's future almost lost its humanity, and only one man noticed it slipping away? What if the most human voice in Star Trek's biggest, coldest movie came from the character least impressed by the future? Star Trek returned to theaters in 1979 carrying the weight of a decade of absence and expectation. The motion picture was designed to be vast, deliberate, and almost reverential in its tone. Its scale leaned toward cosmic abstraction rather than television familiarity. Its pacing favored contemplation over banter. Its ambition reached for the language of prestige science fiction rather than episodic adventure. In that environment, something essential was in danger of being lost. That something was the audience's emotional foothold. Dr. Leonard Bones McCoy became that foothold almost by accident, not through spectacle, not through action, but through skepticism, irritation, humor, and a very human refusal to be awed by technology for its own sake. When Return to Tomorrow documents the film's production through contemporaneous voices, it becomes clear that McCoy's presence was not merely nostalgic. He was structural. He functioned as the counterweight to the film's philosophical and aesthetic ambitions. Without him, the movie risked drifting into sterile reverence. DeForest Kelley did not approach the role as a relic of the television series. He approached it as a man re-entering a world that had moved forward without him.
The following program is brought to you in living color by TrekWorld.
That perspective aligned perfectly with what the audience itself would feel. The future on screen was cleaner, quieter, more clinical than the colorful Starfleet of the 1960s. McCoy's discomfort mirrored the viewer's unease. The film's opening movements are dominated by scale and abstraction. Spock's Kolinahr ritual removes emotion from the frame. The Klingon encounter establishes menace through spectacle. The V'ger cloud is introduced as an unknowable force beyond comprehension. All of it is impressive. All of it is distant. McCoy's first major appearance cuts through that distance. He enters the story not as a Starfleet officer eager to embrace the new era, but as a retired man pulled back reluctantly. He is irritated. He is sarcastic. He is deeply unimpressed by the idea that the future has solved everything. In Return to Tomorrow, the accounts emphasize that this was not incidental. The production understood that McCoy represented a philosophical anchor. He was the embodiment of doubt in a movie about belief in progress. He was the voice that questioned whether advancement necessarily equaled improvement. The Enterprise itself becomes a character in the film. Its refit design is sleek, monumental, and pristine. The camera lingers on it with almost devotional attention. McCoy reacts to it like a man walking into a hospital that feels more like a laboratory than a place of care. His dialogue consistently undercuts the reverence. He questions the coldness of Starfleet's evolution. He bristles at the absence of warmth. He complains not because he is petty, but because he senses something missing. This tension was crucial. Without McCoy, the film's intellectual ambitions risked alienating viewers who wanted emotional connection. He grounds the cosmic. He humanizes the abstract. Return to Tomorrow reveals that DeForest Kelley's performance was trusted implicitly by the filmmakers. There was confidence that his timing, tone, and presence would recalibrate scenes that might otherwise drift into solemnity. He was allowed to puncture moments gently without collapsing their seriousness. McCoy's scenes in sickbay are particularly telling. The space is immaculate. The lighting is cool and clinical. The technology is advanced beyond anything the original series imagined. Yet McCoy behaves as though none of it replaces human judgment. This is reinforced visually through costume design, though the motion picture uniforms were deliberately minimalist. Muted colors replaced primary hues. The silhouettes were softer and less militaristic. The effect was meant to suggest a future that had moved beyond hierarchy and aggression. But within that minimalism existed small, functional details that spoke to the era's obsession with monitoring and data. Among these were the biosensor belt buckles worn by Starfleet personnel. The following video is based entirely and solely on Return to Tomorrow by Preston Neal Jones, a rare and fascinating look at the making of Star Trek the Motion Picture done during filming by a third-party observer. You can follow the affiliate link in the description to complete search on Amazon for availability on the used book market. These buckles were not decorative. They were designed as in-universe medical and physiological monitoring devices. Return to Tomorrow notes that these belt buckles function as constant biometric readers. They were intended to track vital signs, stress levels, and physical condition. This detail was part of the film's effort to present Starfleet as a fully integrated technological organism. Every officer was continuously monitored. For McCoy, this detail carries thematic weight. A doctor who once relied on instinct and bedside manner now exists in a system where bodies are reduced to data streams. The future quite literally reads its people at all times. Kelly's performance subtly resists that idea. His McCoy does not trust the sensors implicitly. He trusts his eyes, his hands, and his experience. This tension between human judgment and technological certainty runs quietly beneath the surface of his scenes. The biosensor belt buckles become symbolic. They represent Starfleet's confidence that technology can observe everything worth knowing. McCoy's presence suggests that something always escapes measurement. The transporter malfunction sequence further reinforces this dynamic. The technology fails catastrophically. The calm procedural tone collapses into horror. Return to Tomorrow captures how unsettling this scene was, even for those making the film. It marked a tonal boundary that Star Trek had never crossed so starkly. McCoy stands at the center of that boundary. It is restrained, it is professional, it is deeply human. This restraint is what makes McCoy effective in the motion picture. He never hijacks the narrative. He never demands attention. He simply reminds the audience that progress carries consequences. As the film moves deeper into metaphysical territory, McCoy's role becomes even more important. V'Ger is not a villain in the traditional sense. It is a concept. It is an idea. It is a machine that has outgrown its creators and now seeks meaning. McCoy's skepticism prevents the story from floating away entirely into abstraction. He questions motives. He challenges assumptions. He remains grounded in cause and effect. In discussions recorded in Return to Tomorrow, it becomes clear that the creative team relied on McCoy to maintain narrative balance. His dialogue often provided tonal recalibration, where Spock pursued logic, where Kirk navigated command. McCoy represented conscience. This triad was always central to Star Trek. The motion picture did not abandon it. It recontextualized it. Kirk struggles to reclaim relevance in a system that has moved beyond him. Spock seeks purity of logic and fails to escape emotion. McCoy refuses to pretend that the future has solved the human condition. Kelly's return to the role was not treated as ceremonial. He was essential to the film's emotional architecture. Without him, the movie's themes risked becoming sterile exercises. The pacing of the motion picture has often been debated. It is slower, it is more deliberate, it demands patience. McCoy's presence mitigates that demand. His humor provides release. His irritation offers relatability. His skepticism gives the audience permission to question what they are seeing. This is especially important given the film's visual language. Long tracking shots, extended flybys, minimal dialogue during key sequences. In these moments, McCoy's earlier reactions linger in the viewer's mind. They contextualize the spectacle. They remind the audience that awe does not erase discomfort. The uniforms themselves contribute to this tension. The soft fabrics and muted tones suggest a Starfleet that has become more introspective. The biosensor belt buckles reinforce the idea that this introspection is now technological. Everything is observed, everything is quantified. McCoy exists in quiet resistance to that quantification. He is not anti-technology. He is anti-complacency. Return to Tomorrow makes clear that DeForest Kelley understood this distinction. His performance never mocks progress. It questions arrogance. The character's chemistry with Kirk remains intact. Their banter feels earned rather than obligatory. It reassures longtime fans without derailing the film's new direction. In many ways, McCoy becomes the bridge between eras. He connects the warmth of the original series to the cooler aesthetic of the feature film. He carries the emotional memory of Star Trek into a future that risks forgetting it. By the time the film reaches its conclusion, McCoy's role has subtly prepared the audience to accept the story's philosophical resolution. V'Ger's quest for its creator echoes humanity's own search for meaning. The film suggests that knowledge without compassion is incomplete. That idea lands because McCoy has embodied it throughout the narrative. He never articulates it in grand speeches, he lives it. When the Enterprise sails away at the film's end, the future feels slightly warmer than it did at the beginning. Not because the technology changed, but because the humanity asserted itself. McCoy's comeback in the motion picture is not a nostalgic victory lap. It is a structural necessity. It is the reminder that no matter how advanced the future becomes, the human voice still matters. That is why his presence resonates decades later. And that is precisely why he remains essential to understanding the motion picture. Hi, this is Jim from TrekWorld. They started filming Star Trek without knowing what the final story was. Every rewrite changed the movie underneath their feet, and no one realized the danger until it was too late. They didn't lose control of the movie on set. They lost control of it on paper. And by the time Star Trek reached theaters, no one could agree which version they had actually made. Star Trek did not return to theaters with a finished screenplay. It returned with a stack of competing ideas that had never fully agreed with each other. From its earliest conception, the motion picture existed in a constant state of narrative motion. The screenplay was never a single document, it was a moving target. What Return to Tomorrow makes painfully clear is that the story was rewritten not because inspiration struck, but because consensus never arrived. The film began life not as a movie, but as a television revival designed for weekly storytelling. That origin mattered more than anyone wanted to admit. Phase 2 scripts were built for episodic pacing, moral debates, and contained problems that reset at the end of an hour. When the project abruptly pivoted from television to a theatrical feature, the writing did not pivot cleanly with it.
The following program is brought to you in living color by TrekWorld.
Instead, those television instincts followed the story into a format that demanded something very different. Feature films require narrative momentum. They require escalation. They require decisions that cannot be undone by the next act break. The early drafts of the motion picture struggled to let go of television structure. Scenes lingered because television allowed them to linger. Ideas were discussed instead of dramatized because that had always been Star Trek's strength on NBC. The problem was that a 2-hour theatrical audience was not watching from a living room. They were sitting in a dark theater waiting for the story to move. And every rewrite tried to solve that problem without breaking what Star Trek was supposed to be. Gene Roddenberry's early story concepts leaned heavily into abstraction. He wanted Star Trek to return as something elevated. He wanted ideas, not villains. He wanted philosophy instead of action. In Return to Tomorrow, those early drafts are described as thoughtful, ambitious, and extremely difficult to translate into cinematic motion. Roddenberry believed Star Trek had matured beyond simple conflict. He believed the audience had matured as well. But Paramount needed more than belief. They needed a film that could justify its budget on screen. As new writers became involved, the script began to fracture into interpretations. Each rewrite attempted to clarify the story while preserving Roddenberry's intent. Each rewrite also introduced new complications. Some drafts leaned harder into V'ger as a machine intelligence. Others emphasized V'ger as a spiritual mirror of humanity. Some versions treated Decker as a tragic protagonist. Others positioned him as a necessary sacrifice. There was never universal agreement on which character the story truly belonged to. Kirk was meant to reclaim command. The following video is based entirely and solely on Return to Tomorrow by Preston Neal Jones. A rare and fascinating look at the making of Star Trek the Motion Picture done during filming by a third-party observer. You can follow the affiliate link in the description to complete search on Amazon for availability on the used book market. Spock was meant to complete an internal journey. Decker was meant to represent a future beyond the old crew. Ilea was meant to embody that future physically, and trying to give all of them equal narrative weight proved impossible. Every draft solved one problem by creating another. As rewrites continued, the screenplay became less of a foundation and more of a negotiation. Scenes were added not because they strengthened the story, but because someone felt something important had been removed. Scenes were removed not because they failed, but because the film was becoming unmanageable. Return to Tomorrow documents how the writing process became reactive instead of intentional. The script responded to production realities rather than leading them. Sets were being built while scenes were still being debated. Costumes were designed while character arcs were unresolved. Even the uniforms reflected uncertainty, though the motion picture costumes included small biosensor belt buckles intended to visually communicate advanced medical monitoring. These buckles were meant to suggest that Starfleet technology had evolved quietly and organically. They were narrative details built into wardrobe because the script itself struggled to explain how the future had changed. The film relied on design to do storytelling that the script could not lock down in dialogue. Those biosensor buckles are emblematic of the entire production. They are thoughtful, they are subtle, and they exist because no one could agree how much exposition the story should contain. As filming approached, the script was still shifting. Pages arrived on set that contradicted earlier drafts. Dialogue was rewritten to match sets that had already been constructed. Scenes were reordered to accommodate effect shots that were not yet defined. The script carousel spun faster as the schedule tightened. Robert Wise entered the project with the expectation of a stable screenplay. What he found instead was a document that behaved more like a draft outline than a locked script. Wise approached the film with discipline. He believed structure could be imposed through editing if it could not be solved on the page. That belief shaped how scenes were staged. Wide shots were favored because they could be shortened later. Dialogue scenes were paced slowly because they could be tightened in post-production. The writing process effectively deferred decisions to the editing room. That deferral would later haunt the film. Return to Tomorrow makes clear that many scenes were filmed without full confidence in their final purpose. Actors performed lines that might not survive the next revision. Character motivations shifted subtly from week to week. The script was never a fixed map. It was a series of educated guesses. As post-production began, the writing process did not stop. Editing became the final rewrite. Scenes were trimmed not only for length, but for clarity. Moments that once explained V'ger were removed to preserve mystery. Moments that humanized Decker were reduced to maintain pacing. The film attempted to find its voice after it had already been shot. That is why the finished movie feels both deliberate and uncertain. The ideas are confident. The execution hesitates. Return to Tomorrow captures the frustration of creators who believed they were making something profound but could not agree on how to say it. No one draft was ever declared definitive. The film is the result of compromise layered on compromise. The script carousel never truly stopped spinning. It simply slowed enough for the movie to be released. What makes the motion picture unique is not that it had many drafts. Most films do. What makes it unique is that the drafts represented fundamentally different movies. Some were philosophical meditations, some were character reunions, some were cautionary science fiction. The released film contains fragments of all of them. That fragmentation is not a flaw born of carelessness. It is the result of too many people caring deeply in different directions. The biosensor buckles, the silent flybys, the abstract ending, they all exist because the script could not settle on a single way forward. Star Trek returned not as a confident sequel, but as a question about what it was allowed to become. The script carousel reveals that the movie we see is not a failure of vision. It is a collision of visions. And that collision would define Star Trek's future as much as its past. They didn't just redesign Starfleet uniforms for the motion picture, they quietly rewrote how the future was supposed to feel. And almost no one noticed why.
The following program is brought to you in living color by TrekWorld.
The following video is based entirely and solely on Return to Tomorrow by Preston Neal Jones, a rare and fascinating look at the making of Star Trek the Motion Picture done during filming by a third-party observer. You can follow the affiliate link in the description to complete search on Amazon for availability on the used book market. The motion picture opens on a future that feels colder, quieter, and more restrained than anything audiences remembered from the original series. Gone are the saturated command golds, medical blues, and engineering reds that once exploded off 1960s television screens. In their place are muted blue-gray jumpsuits, soft collars, minimal rank indicators, and a design philosophy that seems almost allergic to spectacle. For many viewers in 1979, the reaction was immediate and emotional. This did not look like Star Trek. And yet, this look was not an accident, nor was it the result of indifference, confusion, or budgetary neglect. According to Return to Tomorrow, the motion picture uniforms were the product of a deliberate, high-level aesthetic decision rooted in the film's larger identity crisis. Star Trek was no longer a weekly television adventure. It was now a prestige science fiction feature film intended to stand shoulder to shoulder with 2001: A Space Odyssey. And that single ambition quietly dictated everything about how Starfleet would dress. The original television series had been designed for color television at a time when color itself was the selling point. The uniforms were bold because televisions were small, resolution was poor, and visual clarity mattered more than subtlety. Command Gold had to read instantly. Medical Blue had to pop under hot studio lights. Engineering Red needed to separate background crew from principals at a glance. But the motion picture was being built for massive theatrical screens, controlled lighting environments, and audiences who were expected to sit quietly and absorb scale rather than excitement. That change alone made the old uniforms feel suddenly inappropriate. In Return to Tomorrow, multiple production voices describe a growing sense that the original Starfleet color scheme looked childish when projected at 70 millimeters. What felt vibrant on television looked garish in a cinema. Fabric textures flattened, colors clashed with the sterile modernist sets, and worst of all, the uniforms visually anchored Star Trek to its past at a moment when the studio wanted it to feel reborn. The goal was not nostalgia. The goal was legitimacy. Star Trek needed to look like it belonged in the same cultural space as serious science fiction cinema. That meant restraint. That meant elegance. And that meant uniforms that felt closer to architectural design than comic book iconography. The resulting concept was radical in its simplicity. Starfleet personnel would wear neutral-toned, one-piece jumpsuits that emphasized form, movement, and texture rather than color contrast. The uniforms would feel lived in, but futuristic. They would suggest a post-military organization that had evolved beyond overt rank signaling. And most importantly, they wouldn't compete with the Enterprise itself. In the motion picture visual hierarchy, the starship was the star. The humans were meant to feel small inside it. This philosophy extended all the way down to the smallest design choices, including one of the most overlooked details in Star Trek history: the biosensor belt buckles. These small rectangular devices embedded directly into the uniform belts were not decorative accessories. They were functional storytelling tools. According to Return to Tomorrow, the production team wanted Starfleet uniforms to communicate that technology had become seamlessly integrated into everyday life. Characters no longer reached for tricorders every time they needed information. Their uniforms themselves were part of the ship's sensor network. The belt buckles served as personal biomonitors, constantly feeding physiological data back into the Enterprise's systems. Heart rate, stress levels, life signs, all tracked silently without dialogue or exposition. It was a visual shorthand for a future where technology had receded into the background. And like much of the motion picture's design philosophy, it was subtle enough that most audiences never consciously noticed it. That subtlety extended to rank structure as well. Gone were the bold sleeve braids and obvious insignia placements. Rank in the motion picture was communicated through tiny metallic pins, belt variations, and barely perceptible costume differences. This was intentional. Starfleet was no longer being framed as a naval organization. It was being reframed as a scientific and exploratory institution. Hierarchy still existed, but it was de-emphasized visually in favor of collective identity. Everyone belonged to the ship first. Individual authority came second. This approach caused real tension behind the scenes. Actors who had spent years associating their characters with specific visual identities suddenly felt unmoored. William Shatner, in particular, struggled with how much less visually dominant Kirk appeared in the new costume. The jumpsuit flattened the heroic silhouette. The muted colors reduced immediate presence, and the absence of bold command gold subtly undercut Kirk's traditional visual authority. But that discomfort was part of the point. In the motion picture, Kirk is not the assured captain of a 5-year mission. He is a man returning to a ship that has moved on without him. The uniform reflects that emotional reality. It doesn't announce leadership. It allows the ship to do that instead. Leonard Nimoy's Spock benefited from the new aesthetic in unexpected ways. The subdued palette and minimalist design align naturally with Vulcan philosophy. Spock visually blended into Starfleet rather than standing apart from it. His uniform felt less like a costume and more like a second skin. This visual integration supported the film's thematic exploration of identity and belonging. Spock is searching for logic, but the uniform quietly suggests that Starfleet itself has become a more logical institution. DeForest Kelley's McCoy, by contrast, visibly chafes against the new look. The medical blues are gone. The Doctor looks almost uncomfortable in the restrained uniform, and that discomfort plays beautifully on screen. McCoy remains the emotional counterweight to the film's cold precision. His presence reminds the audience that humanity has not been engineered out of existence. The uniform design reinforces that contrast without a single line of dialogue. Behind the scenes, the costume department faced enormous technical challenges. The one-piece jumpsuits had to allow full range of motion, read cleanly under harsh lighting, and survive long shooting days without wrinkling or losing shape. Early fabric tests failed spectacularly. Some materials reflected too much light. Others clung unflatteringly to the body. Several versions restricted movement to the point where actors struggled with basic blocking. The final fabrics were carefully selected blends that balanced stretch, breathability, and matte finish. Every seam was placed intentionally. Every panel was designed to break up the silhouette without drawing attention to itself. The goal was invisibility. The uniform should never distract from the performance. This was a complete reversal of television-era costume logic, and it helps explain why so many fans initially rejected the look. Star Trek had trained its audience to read uniforms as symbols. The motion picture asked them to read uniforms as environments. The muted colors also served a crucial practical function during visual effects photography. Bright uniforms would have reflected unwanted light onto sets and miniature elements. The neutral palette minimized color spill and allowed greater control during compositing. This technical consideration dovetailed perfectly with the film's aesthetic goals. Function and philosophy aligned. The biosensor belt buckles played into this technical ecosystem as well. They were small, metallic, and deliberately non-reflective. They read as equipment rather than ornamentation, and they reinforced the idea that Starfleet personnel were always connected to the ship. The Enterprise was not just a workplace, it was a living system, and the uniforms were its nervous system. Over time, audience perception of the motion picture uniforms began to shift. What once felt bland started to feel intentional. What once felt cold began to feel contemplative. Later, Star Trek films would partially reverse course, reintroducing stronger colors and clearer rank distinctions. But they never fully abandoned the lessons learned in the motion picture. The idea that Starfleet uniforms should reflect the tone of the story rather than dictate it became foundational. Even the Wrath of Khan's iconic maroon uniforms owe a conceptual debt to the motion picture's restraint. They are bold, yes, but they're also serious, purposeful, architectural. That lineage begins with the so-called pajamas. The uniforms of the motion picture were not designed to be loved immediately. They were designed to age well. They were designed to feel like clothing that belonged to a future that no longer needed to shout. And in that sense, they succeeded completely. The uniforms tell us everything we need to know about the film's priorities. Star Trek was no longer about Adventure of the Week. It was about ideas, about scale, about humanity's place in an incomprehensibly vast universe. Bright colors would have undermined that message. Simplicity reinforced it. The motion picture uniforms are not a rejection of Star Trek's past. They are a quiet declaration that the future does not always look the way we expect. Sometimes it looks calmer, sometimes it looks quieter, and sometimes it looks like a blue-gray jumpsuit with a tiny biosensor quietly monitoring your heartbeat as you drift through the stars. Hi, I'm Jim, and this is TrekWorld. What happens when the Enterprise enters a wormhole that is not empty, not stable, and already carrying something deadly straight toward it? When the motion picture reaches the wormhole sequence, the film crosses a line it can never uncross. Up to this moment, the Enterprise has been moving forward with caution, but confidence. The crew believes that whatever lies ahead can be measured, analyzed, and survived. The wormhole exists to destroy that belief. According to Return to Tomorrow, this sequence was designed as a warning rather than a spectacle. It was never meant to feel like an action scene. It was meant to feel like a mistake that cannot be undone. The Enterprise does not charge into the wormhole with bravado. It advances because it has already gone too far to turn back. That distinction defines the entire tone of the encounter. The wormhole is not presented as a destination. It is presented as an environmental catastrophe. Inside the production, the wormhole represented a shift in how Star Trek viewed space itself. Television Trek had treated space as a stage. This film treats space as an adversary.
The following program is brought to you in living color by TrekWorld.
The wormhole's appearance is deliberately alien. It does not resemble a tunnel. It does not resemble a storm cloud. It does not resemble anything comforting or recognizable. The visual effects team described it as a region of chaos rather than a passageway. Light bends without symmetry. Motion lacks a clear direction. Scale becomes impossible to judge. As the Enterprise approaches, instrumentation begins to fail. This is not a sudden collapse. It is a gradual erosion of certainty. Readouts fluctuate. Sensors contradict each other. Navigation becomes theoretical rather than precise. The bridge crew remains professional, but their confidence begins to fracture. Orders are given calmly. Those orders stop producing predictable results. The moment the Enterprise crosses the threshold, gravity loses meaning. The ship is no longer flying. It is being thrown. The wormhole assaults the Enterprise from every direction at once. The ship twists unnaturally. Decks tilt at impossible angles. Crew members are thrown from their stations. Panels explode outward rather than inward. Lighting fails in sections rather than uniformly. This chaos was carefully planned. Nothing in the sequence is random. In Return to Tomorrow, the filmmakers describe a desire to show cumulative failure. Systems do not fail all at once. They fail one by one, forcing the crew to constantly reprioritize survival. The Enterprise itself becomes a victim. It reacts, it resists, it strains. The sound design strips away musical reassurance. There's no heroic theme. There's no emotional guidance. Instead, the audience hears stress, metal groans, alarms overlap, voices fight to remain composed. The following video is based entirely and solely on Return to Tomorrow by Preston Neal Jones, a rare and fascinating look at the making of Star Trek the Motion Picture done during filming by a third-party observer. You can follow the affiliate link in the description to complete search on Amazon for availability on the used book market. The wormhole is not just dangerous because of its energy. It is dangerous because it conceals additional threats. Inside the wormhole with the Enterprise is a massive asteroid. This detail dramatically escalates the stakes. The asteroid is not immediately visible. It appears on sensors as inconsistent mass readings. Its trajectory is unstable, but converging. This is not debris drifting harmlessly. This is a colossal object being hurled through the same violent currents as the Enterprise. The presence of the asteroid transforms the wormhole from environmental hazard into imminent collision scenario. The Enterprise is no longer just trying to escape. It is trying to avoid annihilation. The asteroid's movement is unpredictable. The wormhole accelerates it, decelerates it, redirects it violently. At multiple points, the asteroid is on a direct collision course with the Enterprise. The ship cannot outrun it. The ship cannot maneuver freely. The wormhole restricts helm control. Every attempted correction produces a delayed or exaggerated response. The bridge crew is now forced into a series of impossible decisions. They must maintain structural integrity. They must escape the wormhole. They must prevent the asteroid from striking the hull. These objectives actively conflict with one another. Destroying the asteroid introduces its own danger. Weapons systems are unreliable inside the wormhole. Targeting solutions fluctuate wildly. A misfire could destabilize the ship further. A detonation too close could breach the hull. Fragments could be pulled back into the Enterprise by gravitational distortion. The decision to destroy the asteroid is not heroic. It is desperate. According to Return to Tomorrow, this moment was written to feel like a last resort. The crew does not celebrate the choice. They brace for consequences. The phasers, Star Trek's most famous offensive weapons, are unusable. A manually targeted photon torpedo barely makes it out in time. There's no triumphant emphasis. The explosion is violent but unresolved. Debris scatters unpredictably. Some fragments vanish instantly. Others reappear dangerously close to the hull. The wormhole does not care that the asteroid has been destroyed. It continues its assault mindlessly. This moment adds a critical layer of realism to the sequence. Space is not clean. Destruction creates more danger, not less. The asteroid's presence reinforces the idea that the wormhole is a conveyor of chaos. Anything inside it becomes a weapon. The Enterprise survives not because it overpowers the environment. It survives because it endures long enough to be expelled. The uniforms worn by the crew play a subtle but important role in selling this danger. The motion picture uniforms were designed to appear functional rather than theatrical. Their muted tones and soft textures emphasize vulnerability. The small biosensor belt buckles are visible during the sequence. These devices were intended to suggest constant medical monitoring. In the wormhole, they quietly imply that the crew's physical limits are being tracked moment by moment. Stress levels spike. Injuries accumulate. The ship is bleeding data. The biosensors reinforce that this is not an abstract crisis. This is a physiological one. The bridge becomes a space of controlled panic. No one screams. No one freezes. Fear manifests through restraint. That restraint makes the danger feel real. The wormhole sequence is also deeply symbolic. It represents humanity encountering something fundamentally beyond control. Unlike earlier Star Trek threats, this one cannot be reasoned with. It cannot be negotiated with. It cannot be outsmarted. The asteroid inside the wormhole reinforces this theme. Even when a threat is identified, eliminating it creates new problems. There's no clean solution. There's only survival. The Enterprise is finally expelled from the wormhole violently. It is not released gently. The ship has survived, but it has not won. That distinction matters. According to Return to Tomorrow, this outcome was intentional. The filmmakers wanted the audience to feel shaken rather than satisfied. The wormhole was meant to leave a psychological scar. It teaches the audience how to watch the rest of the film. From this point forward, the universe cannot be trusted. V'Ger has not yet been fully revealed, but its presence is already felt. The wormhole and asteroid together serve as a warning shot. They demonstrate that scale and indifference are the true antagonists. This sequence also marks a turning point in Star Trek's cinematic language. It replaces episodic problem-solving with existential risk. The ship does not reset after the encounter. Damage carries forward. Trauma carries forward. The crew is changed by the experience. The audience is changed with them. The wormhole sequence is not remembered because it is loud. It is remembered because it is relentless. It denies the viewer comfort. It denies the viewer certainty. It forces Star Trek to confront the unknown without safety rails. The presence of the asteroid is crucial to that effect. Without it, the wormhole is merely hostile. With it, the wormhole becomes lethal. The decision to destroy the asteroid is one of the film's most understated acts of bravery. It is made without speeches. It is executed without celebration. It is simply necessary. This is Star Trek redefining itself for a new era, not as a show about mastery of space, but as a story about humility in the face of it. The wormhole does not test technology alone. It tests philosophy. It asks whether exploration is worth the risk. It asks whether curiosity justifies danger. The film does not answer those questions immediately. It allows them to linger. By the time the Enterprise emerges, the audience understands something fundamental has changed. The universe is larger. Humanity is smaller. The wormhole has done its job. It has stripped away illusion. What remains is Star Trek at its most honest. Hi, this is Jim from TrekWorld. The Enterprise enters something so vast, fighting is pointless, and understanding becomes the only way out. What if Star Trek's most powerful antagonist was not a ship or a species, but a presence so vast it could barely be shown at all? Star Trek did not return to cinemas in 1979 as a simple continuation of a television series. It returned as an experiment in scale. From the earliest planning stages of the motion picture, the creative team understood that the story demanded something fundamentally different. This was not a conflict driven by opposing fleets or familiar enemies. It was a confrontation with something beyond immediate comprehension. That challenge shaped every decision surrounding V'ger, especially how it would be seen. In Return to Tomorrow, the filmmakers describe V'ger not as a character in the traditional sense, but as a problem of representation. How do you show something that does not think like a person? How do you visualize intelligence without personality?
The following program is brought to you in living color by TrekWorld.
How do you communicate scale when the scale itself is the point? The answer became the cloud. The V'ger cloud was not conceived as a ship. It was conceived as an environment, an immense region of space that the Enterprise would have to enter, endure, and survive. This distinction mattered deeply to the production team. A ship can be measured. A cloud cannot. According to Return to Tomorrow, the visual effects artist quickly realized that giving V'ger a clear outline too early would undermine the story. The audience would immediately categorize it. Once categorized, it would lose its mystery. Instead, the cloud had to resist easy definition. It had to feel incomplete, not unfinished, but unresolved. The first glimpses of the cloud are deliberately distant, a vast disturbance, an anomaly without boundaries. As the Enterprise approaches, the cloud does not clarify itself. It becomes more complex, more layered. This was a deliberate creative strategy. The closer you get to V'ger, the harder it is to understand. To achieve this effect, the cloud was built from multiple visual layers. Each layer served a specific purpose. At the foundation was mass. The cloud needed weight. It needed to feel capable of consuming stars without effort. Dark textures were used to establish that mass. These were not empty blacks. They were dense, textured fields suggesting immense volume. Above that mass came motion, slow internal movement, swirling forms that suggested energy without direction. The cloud does not surge or attack. It circulates. Light was then added as a separate element. Flashes, glows, illuminate regions that hinted at internal processes without explaining them. The following video is based entirely and solely on Return to Tomorrow by Preston Neal Jones. A rare and fascinating look at the making of Star Trek the Motion Picture done during filming by a third-party observer. You can follow the affiliate link in the description to complete search on Amazon for availability on the used book market. Finally, scale cues were introduced. Tiny reference points, stars disappearing, the Enterprise reduced to near insignificance. These elements were combined through extensive optical compositing. Matte paintings played a central role in this process. In Return to Tomorrow, the artists emphasized that these matte paintings were not decorative backgrounds. They were structural tools. They existed to extend space beyond the limits of the frame. Foreground elements blended into painted mid-distance textures. Those textures dissolved into vast implied depths. The goal was not photographic realism. The goal was experiential realism. The audience needed to feel small. The Enterprise needed to feel fragile. This approach influenced camera movement as well. Shots linger. The camera does not rush past the cloud. This pacing was intentional. The filmmakers wanted viewers to sit with the image, to absorb it rather than process it quickly. Several contributors in Return to Tomorrow described this as a conscious departure from television pacing. The film was not trying to replicate episodic rhythm. It was embracing the slower tempo of theatrical science fiction. This choice was risky, but it aligned with the story's intent. V'ger is not an adversary that can be outmaneuvered. It is something that must be encountered. As the Enterprise enters the cloud, the experience becomes increasingly disorienting. Depth becomes difficult to judge. Light sources appear without clear origin. The ship's systems struggle. Energy drains occur. Crew members are lost. Yet the cloud does not behave aggressively. There's no sense of pursuit. No sense of attack in conventional terms. This absence of hostility is crucial. It reinforces the idea that V'ger operates according to its own internal logic. The cloud is not reacting emotionally. It is functioning. Inside the Enterprise, this creates a unique tension. The crew cannot negotiate. They cannot intimidate. They can only observe and respond. Costume design subtly reinforces this vulnerability. The motion picture uniforms include small biosensor belt buckles. These buckles were designed to monitor vital signs and environmental conditions continuously. In Return to Tomorrow, these details are described as part of a broader effort to present Starfleet as a highly professional, constantly monitored organization. The future is not casual, it is regulated. Within the cloud, those biosensors take on added significance. They remind the audience that even with constant monitoring, the crew remains fragile. Technology does not grant control. It only provides awareness. This theme runs throughout the cloud sequence. Knowledge without understanding. Data without context. The cloud visually embodies that imbalance. The visual effects team worked carefully to avoid making the cloud feel mechanical. Sharp angles were avoided. Symmetry was minimized. Anything that suggested human design logic was stripped away. The result is something that feels artificial without appearing engineered, constructed without appearing built. This ambiguity is one of the cloud's most enduring qualities. It allows viewers to project meaning without being told what to think. As the Enterprise moves deeper, the cloud's interior becomes more structured. This transition was designed to feel gradual, not as a reveal, but as an evolution. The abstraction begins to resolve, not into clarity, but into purpose. In Return to Tomorrow, crew members describe this transition as one of the most challenging aspects of the effects work. Too much structure too early would undermine the mystery. Too little structure too late would frustrate the narrative. Finding the balance required extensive iteration. Many concepts were discarded. Many images were revised repeatedly. The guiding question remained constant. Does this make V'ger feel larger than human comprehension? If the answer was no, the work continued. The cloud's final form supports the film's central idea that intelligence without emotional grounding can become destructive without intent. This idea could not have been communicated through dialogue alone. It required visual metaphor on a cosmic scale. The cloud is that metaphor. It represents accumulation without reflection, growth without understanding. By the time the Enterprise reaches the inner chamber, the audience has been conditioned to think differently. The cloud has taught patience. It has taught humility. The reveal does not feel like a twist. It feels like resolution. In retrospect, the V'ger cloud stands as one of Star Trek's most ambitious visual achievements. Not because of its technical complexity alone, but because of its restraint. It does not explain itself. It doesn't simplify its meaning. It invites contemplation. That invitation is rare in blockbuster cinema. It was rare in 1979. It remains rare today. The cloud asks the audience to meet it halfway, to slow down, to consider scale beyond spectacle. In doing so, it transforms a special effects sequence into an idea. The V'ger cloud is not something to be defeated. It is something to be understood, and that is why it remains unforgettable. Hi, I'm Jim, and this is TrekWorld. How did Star Trek quietly bring its own fans onto the Enterprise and turn them into the future it had promised? When the motion picture returned audiences to the Enterprise in 1979, it did so with ambition that went far beyond nostalgia. The film was not interested in simply recreating the television series at a larger scale. It was attempting to redefine what Star Trek looked like, felt like, and ultimately stood for. One of the clearest expressions of that ambition appears in a scene that contains no action, no villain, and no spectacle in the traditional sense. It is the recreation deck scene, and it was unlike anything Star Trek had ever attempted before. According to Return to Tomorrow, the recreation deck was conceived as a place aboard the Enterprise where environments could be simulated. It was not a tactical space. It was not a command space. It was a social space. From the beginning, the intention was to show a version of the future where people gathered not out of necessity, but out of choice.
The following program is brought to you in living color by TrekWorld.
This was a subtle but important distinction. Star Trek had always been about the future, but rarely had it shown what ordinary life in that future looked like. The recreation deck was designed to answer that question visually. To do that, the filmmakers committed to something unprecedented. They built an enormous interior set that occupied an entire Paramount soundstage. At the time, it was the largest interior environment created specifically for Star Trek. The set was vast. It was open. It was deliberately constructed to avoid the enclosed feeling of starship corridors. High ceilings and broad floor space were used to simulate an outdoor environment within an enclosed stage. Lighting rigs were arranged to mimic natural daylight rather than theatrical illumination. The goal was realism, not theatricality. In Return to Tomorrow, crew members recall the shock of seeing the finished set for the first time. Even veteran production staff were unprepared for its scale. The recreation deck was not meant to be impressive for its own sake. It was meant to feel livable. That choice informed every creative decision that followed. Once the physical space existed, the next challenge became clear. It needed people, and not just a handful of background figures. The filmmakers wanted the space to feel populated, alive. That decision led to one of the most unusual production choices in the history of the franchise. They chose to populate the recreation deck with fans of Star Trek. This was not done accidentally, and it was not done casually. By the late 1970s, Star Trek fandom was organized, visible, and deeply invested. The production was aware of that history. The cancellation of the original series and its later survival and syndication were not distant memories. The following video is based entirely and solely on Return to Tomorrow by Preston Neal Jones, a rare and fascinating look at the making of Star Trek the Motion Picture done during filming by a third-party observer. You can follow the affiliate link in the description to complete search on Amazon for availability on the used book market. They were foundational to the franchise's identity. Return to Tomorrow makes it clear that the production understood this. Star Trek existed in 1979 because of its audience. Inviting fans to participate was a recognition of that reality. It was also a risk. Hundreds of people would be brought onto a major film set. Most were not professional actors. Coordination would be complex. Control could not be guaranteed. Despite those concerns, the decision was made to move forward. Fans were contacted through established fan networks and community connections. People who had been active in Star Trek fandom for years were informed of the opportunity. Participation was voluntary. There was no promise of recognition. There was no guarantee of visibility on screen. What was offered was presence. The chance to be part of Star Trek's future rather than merely observe it. Hundreds responded. They arrived knowing that they were being trusted. Among those involved were longtime members of the Star Trek fan community. Some had been attending conventions since the late 1960s. Others had helped organize fan clubs and publications. They understood what Star Trek meant. That understanding mattered. The production needed cooperation rather than performance. The recreation deck scene required people to behave naturally. There was no scripted dialogue for the crowd, no exaggerated reactions, no spectacle. People were instructed to converse quietly, to move calmly, and to exist in the space as if it were routine. This restraint was essential to the scene's success. The future being depicted was not chaotic, it was stable. That stability was reinforced through costume design. Wardrobe choices avoided overt hierarchy. The goal was diversity without distraction. Different colors, textures, and styles were used to suggest a broad Federation society. No single group dominated the frame. No one appeared to be in charge of the space. That visual language supported the film's broader themes. Star Trek's future was cooperative rather than authoritarian. The recreation deck scene also served an important narrative purpose. It appeared early in the film, before the full threat of V'Ger was understood. This placement was deliberate. It established what the Enterprise existed to protect. Not territory, not dominance, but people, community. In Return to Tomorrow, several members of the creative team described the scene as a tonal anchor. It grounded the film emotionally. Without it, the cosmic scale of the story risked becoming abstract. The recreation deck gave the audience something familiar to hold on to. Robert Wise approached the scene with characteristic restraint. He did not want it to feel staged. The camera moves slowly. It observes rather than directs attention. There is no musical emphasis telling the audience how to feel. The moment is allowed to exist on its own terms. This was not a showcase, it was a snapshot. The scene's simplicity made it vulnerable to misunderstanding. Some viewers overlooked it entirely. Others sensed that it represented something unusual. Over time, the latter interpretation has grown. The recreation deck scene stands out because of what it does not do. It does not explain itself. It does not congratulate the audience, and it does not announce its importance. Its meaning emerges only when viewed in context, both within the film and within the history of Star Trek itself. From a production standpoint, filming the scene was challenging. Coordinating hundreds of participants required careful planning. Assistant directors relied on visual cues and clear instructions rather than shouted commands. The atmosphere on set was described as focused and respectful. Participants understood that they were guests, and they behaved accordingly. According to Return to Tomorrow, the day of filming passed with remarkably few issues. This surprised some members of the production team, but in retrospect, it made sense. Star Trek fans had been organizing themselves for years. They were accustomed to cooperation. They understood shared responsibility. The recreation deck scene also became a moment of connection for those involved. Many participants later described the experience as deeply personal. They were not pretending to be part of Star Trek. They were being invited into it. That distinction mattered. For a franchise built on ideas of inclusion and optimism, this moment was quietly significant. The scene was never meant to draw attention to individual faces. It was meant to present a collective. That choice aligned with Star Trek's philosophical roots. The future was not about heroes alone. It was about societies. The recreation deck visualized that idea without dialogue. As the camera eventually finds Kirk and Spock within the crowd, their presence feels natural rather than dominant. They are part of the scene, not above it. Leadership exists, but it does not overshadow community. That balance was intentional. The sequence ends without dramatic punctuation. Life aboard the Enterprise continues. This quiet ending reinforces the idea that the future depicted here is stable. It does not rely on constant crisis. In Return to Tomorrow, the recreation deck scene is described as one of the film's most meaningful achievements. Not because it was expensive or complex, but because it embodied the spirit of Star Trek in physical form. It showed what the franchise had always talked about: a future where people coexist peacefully. A future built on cooperation rather than fear. For Paramount, the decision to include fans on screen was unconventional. but it aligned with the franchise's reality. Star Trek had survived because people believed in it. The recreation deck scene acknowledged that belief without words. Over time, the scene has gained increased appreciation. As viewers learn how it was made, its significance becomes clearer. It represents a moment when Star Trek looked outward rather than inward. When it recognized its audience as part of its story, not as consumers, but as participants. The recreation deck scene does not demand attention. It earns it quietly. It is a reminder that Star Trek's greatest strength has never been technology or spectacle. It has been people imagining a better future together, standing side by side inside a vision of what might be possible. That is why the scene endures, and why it remains one of the most quietly radical moments in the history of Star Trek. I'm Jim, and this is TrekWorld. What if Star Trek's first movie was almost reshaped after opening night, not because it failed, but because its creators knew exactly where time had betrayed them? When the motion picture opened in December of 1979, it did not arrive as a finished monument. It arrived as a survival story. Return to Tomorrow captures this reality without nostalgia or excuse. The people who made the film describe a finish line that barely existed. The movie was not late by accident. It was late because ambition outpaced time. Optical effects were delivered at the last possible moment. Sound mixes were completed under conditions that bordered on the surreal. There was no opportunity for traditional previews. There was no quiet room where rhythm could be tested against an audience's breathing. The film went out because it had to go out. That fact becomes the gravitational center of everything that follows. From the moment the movie opened, the creators were listening. They were listening to applause. They were listening to silence, and they were listening to criticism that arrived faster than reflection. Return to Tomorrow records the shock of opening week through the voices of those who lived it.
The following program is brought to you in living color by TrekWorld.
Stephen Collins remembers receiving a stack of New York reviews. Not a few. A stack. Those reviews did not simply criticize choices. They questioned motive. Some implied the movie had been withheld from critics intentionally. That accusation struck deeply. Collins reacts with visible frustration in the book. He explains that the truth was painfully simple. The movie did not exist earlier. It could not have been shown earlier. There was no secret version being protected. There was only a production racing against collapse. This matters because it reframes the emotional climate of the post-release period. The filmmakers were not hiding. They were exhausted. Into that exhaustion came one of the most public critiques of the film. Rex Reed appeared on television and declared that the movie had no tempo and no pacing. Return to Tomorrow preserves that quote without dilution. The words land with weight because they target the exact area the filmmakers feared most. Tempo was not a stylistic indulgence. Tempo was a casualty. The film had been designed to breathe, but it had not been given time to learn how. This is where the idea of post-release re-editing begins in earnest. Not as panic, not as apology, but as unfinished craftsmanship seeking completion. Gene Roddenberry tells the book that he wanted to fix it immediately. He did not want to wait. He did not want a future revision. He wanted to act while the film was still alive in theaters. Roddenberry proposed pulling a couple of reels and replacing them as fast as they could bicycle them around. The following video is based entirely and solely on Return to Tomorrow by Preston Neal Jones. A rare and fascinating look at the making of Star Trek the Motion Picture done during filming by a third-party observer. You can follow the affiliate link in the description to complete search on Amazon for availability on the used book market. The phrase is important because it is literal. This was not a metaphor. It was a plan grounded in physical film logistics. Reels would have to be shipped. Projectionists would have to cooperate. Theatrical schedules would have to absorb disruption. The studio listened, and then refused. The reason was not creative disagreement. It was cost. The studio believed the expense of replacing reels during an active run outweighed the benefit. Roddenberry believed the improvement would repay itself many times over. That disagreement never resolves. It simply freezes in place. The book does not dramatize the refusal. It presents it as a decision made and lived with. Jerry Goldsmith's perspective adds another layer of realism to this moment. Goldsmith describes hearing about the desire to recut after release with disbelief. He talks about the sheer number of prints already in circulation. He talks about the physical impossibility of changing them all. Goldsmith imagines a different scenario instead, a later re-release, a toned version brought back with care. Then he closes the door gently. He says that, of course, they never did that. This sentence matters because it grounds the conversation in reality. Ideas are not outcomes. The impulse to revise existed. The mechanism did not. Robert Wise's contributions in Return to Tomorrow are among the most revealing in the entire oral history. Wise does not speak defensively. He speaks analytically. Wise acknowledges that editor Todd Ramsey could see places where the film could be tightened, not redesigned, refined. Wise gives specific examples. He says Kirk's first viewing of the Enterprise could lose about a minute and a half and still work. He says the flyby over V'ger could be shortened by 3 or 4 minutes. He does not say these scenes were mistakes. He says they could be trimmed. This distinction is critical. Wise believed the emotional intent was sound. The execution had simply been denied its final calibration. Wise then introduces a possibility that changes the shape of the conversation, a theatrical reissue. He notes that there had been talk of a re-release possibly in 70 millimeters. No decision had been made, but the possibility existed. This is how revision becomes safe, not during first release, later, in a controlled environment. Return to Tomorrow also widens the lens beyond theaters. Wise explains that the film had been sold to ABC television, that sale created another arena where changes might occur. Television demands a different rhythm, different breaks, different tolerances for silence. Wise says discussions had already taken place about changes for broadcast purposes. Those discussions were in abeyance. Then Wise makes a revealing admission. He usually has final approval over television cuts. He did not have that here. He had conceded that authority during negotiations. This detail matters because it shows how control disperses after release. The film becomes a shared object, not owned by any one voice. New York remains central throughout this chapter, but not in the way myths later suggested. Return to Tomorrow does not describe secret test screenings of revised cuts. What it describes is pressure. Cultural pressure. TrekWorld is proud to announce their first ever full-length documentary about Star Trek's Galileo shuttlecraft prop. From its earliest hangout at the 20th Century Fox Studio storage lot, to rotting in the sun, to a miraculous rebirth and a tour through NASA's Houston Space Center, to the USS Intrepid aircraft carrier, to the Star Trek tour in upstate New York. Everywhere this little beauty went, it was experienced by fans. And we have their stories, photos, videos, and memories that have never been seen before now. Coming this Christmas 2026, follow TrekWorld on social media or visit us at trek-world.com for the latest upcoming information. Jerry Goldsmith describes reading the New York reviews closely. He singles out one in particular, Roger Angel's review in The New Yorker. Goldsmith calls it the best review he read. He praises Angel's intelligence and balance. He admits relief that Pauline Kael was not the reviewer. Then Goldsmith delivers a sentence that echoes across decades. He says that if they had had another week or two, they would have trimmed 10 minutes out of the picture. That statement confirms everything. The desire to cut was real. The scale of cutting was significant, and the obstacle was time. Stephen Collins offers another angle on the same moment. He contrasts the harshness of certain critics with the warmth he encountered from fans during promotional appearances. He remembers a critic who was also a fan saying he was ready for the sequel immediately. The contrast matters. The film was being embraced and attacked at the same time. That duality made decision-making impossible. If the audience was coming, why risk change? If the pacing was flawed, why not fix it? Return to Tomorrow lets these questions hang without resolution. That is its strength. The book also reminds us that Star Trek fandom was not a passive background force. Susan Sackett provides an illuminating production story. During filming, the production needed far more extras than the Screen Extras Guild could supply. Time was short. Costume fittings had to happen immediately. Sackett describes reaching out to well-known figures in fandom to spread the word. These were not casual participants. They were organizers. They knew how to reach fans quickly. An open call went out through those networks. Fans responded. Some traveled at their own expense. They were interviewed, measured, fitted. This story is important not because it proves post-release recut screenings. It does not. It proves infrastructure. It proves communication. It proves that Star Trek existed within a living network of fans who could mobilize instantly. That same network amplified discussion after release. Fans talked. Fans debated pacing. Fans defended intent. The film didn't enter silence. It entered conversation. Return to Tomorrow paints the post-release period as emotionally unstable, but intellectually alive. The movie was succeeding, but its creators knew exactly where it could be better. The studio's refusal to swap reels was practical. It was also final. From that moment forward, revision could only happen later. In memory. In discussion. In future formats. The recut that never happened becomes a phantom presence. It is described, it is imagined, but it is never realized. Yet its influence persists. The next Star Trek film will not be released without previews. It will not be denied tempo. It will not rely on awe alone. The New York backlash did not derail the franchise. It sharpened it, the recut proposal was rejected, but the thinking behind it survived. That thinking shapes what Star Trek becomes next. The version of the motion picture that exists today is not a failure preserved. It is a compromise, frozen by circumstance. A film that left space dock before its final systems check, and lived long enough to justify its ambition anyway. Hi, I'm Jim, and this is TrekWorld. If Star Trek had been gone for almost 10 years, how did it somehow feel like it never really left when the movie finally returned? For a long time, Star Trek lived only in memory. It lived in reruns. It lived in old magazines. It lived in conversations between fans who remembered when it was new. And then suddenly, in the late 1970s, something strange began to happen. Star Trek started showing up again. Not in theaters, not on television, but on shelves. It showed up in bookstores. It showed up in record shops. It showed up in hobby stores. It showed up in places where movies did not normally live. And most people didn't even realize what was happening. Because before Star Trek officially returned, it had already come back. When we look back at the motion picture today, we usually focus on the film itself. The pacing, the effects, the music, the debate. But Return to Tomorrow reveals something much more subtle. The comeback did not begin on opening night.
The following program is brought to you in living color by TrekWorld.
It began quietly, months earlier, through objects. Paramount understood something important. They knew that Star Trek had been gone too long to simply walk back into the room. They knew audiences had changed. They knew expectations had changed. They knew science fiction itself had changed. Star Trek could not just reappear. It had to reintroduce itself. And the safest way to do that was not with a movie. It was with familiarity. The first major sign of that familiarity was the novelization. It arrived before the film. That matters more than most people realize. For many fans, the book was their first encounter with the new Star Trek. Not a trailer, not a poster, a story. You picked it up, you opened it, you started reading. And suddenly, Star Trek was back in your head again. Not as nostalgia, not as reruns, as something alive. The book gave you time. Time to adjust. Time to think. Time to absorb the changes. The slower tone, the philosophical ideas, the bigger scale. By the time you reached the final page, you were ready. You were already living in the new version of Star Trek. And that was the point. The novelization was not just a tie-in, it was a bridge. It carried fans from the old world into the new one. At the same time, comics were doing something similar. But in a different way, comics showed you Star Trek again. They showed you the Enterprise. They showed you the uniforms. They showed you the future in bright ink on glossy pages. Over and over again. Every time you saw those images, they became more normal. The refit Enterprise stopped feeling strange. It started feeling right. That repetition was powerful. It trained the eye. It trained expectation. The following video is based entirely and solely on Return to Tomorrow by Preston Neal Jones, a rare and fascinating look at the making of Star Trek the Motion Picture done during filming by a third-party observer. You can follow the affiliate link in the description to complete search on Amazon for availability on the used book market. The soundtrack album was everywhere. You could buy it, take it home, put it on your turntable, and suddenly, Star Trek filled your living room. Not with dialogue, not with effects, with emotion. Jerry Goldsmith's music told you everything. This was big, this was serious, this was important. You did not need to see the movie to feel it. You felt it through sound. And once you felt it, you wanted to see it. Music has a strange power. It becomes memory very quickly. So when you finally heard that theme in the theater, it already felt familiar. It already felt like home. Then came the model kits, especially the AMT Enterprise. These were not toys, they were projects. You sat at a table, you opened the box, you spread out the parts, and you built Star Trek with your hands, piece by piece. You learned the ship. You learned its curves. You learned its proportions. You spent hours with it. And when you were done, that Enterprise sat in your room, watching you, reminding you. It said, Star Trek is back, and it is staying. Matchbox brought Star Trek into everyday life, into ordinary spaces, into regular stores. It made Star Trek casual again, accessible again. You did not need to be a hardcore fan. You just had to notice it. And noticing is how fandom begins. Games took it even further. Now Star Trek was something you did. You played it. You shared it. You laughed over it. It became social. Star Trek stopped being something you watched alone. It became something you experienced together. And then there was the calendar. The 1980 calendar may seem small, but it was genius. You hung it on your wall. You looked at it every day, every morning, every month. Star Trek became part of time itself. It was no longer just a movie. It was your year. Page after page, month after month, Star Trek was there. All of these things worked together, not by accident, by design. The book fed your mind. The comics fed your eyes. The music fed your heart. The models fed your hands. The games fed your social life. The calendar fed your routine. TrekWorld is proud to announce their first ever full-length documentary about Star Trek's Galileo shuttlecraft prop. From its earliest hangout at the 20th Century Fox Studio storage lot, to rotting in the sun, to a miraculous rebirth and a tour through NASA's Houston Space Center, to the USS Intrepid aircraft carrier, to the Star Trek tour in upstate New York. Everywhere this little beauty went, it was experienced by fans. And we have their stories, photos, videos, and memories that have never been seen before now. Coming this Christmas 2026, follow TrekWorld on social media or visit us at trek-world.com for the latest upcoming information. Star Trek surrounded you, so when the movie finally arrived, it did not feel like a stranger. It felt like something you already knew. You had lived with it. You had listened to it. You had built it. You had read it. You were ready. This was especially important because the motion picture was risky. It was slower, it was quieter, it was more thoughtful. It asked patience and it asked attention. Without preparation, it might have failed. But the tie-ins prepared the audience. They taught us how to watch this film. They taught us how to feel it. They softened the landing. They also created commitment. If you bought the book, you were invested. If you bought the album, you were invested. If you built the model, you were deeply invested. Investment creates loyalty. You want something you invested in to succeed. So even if you were unsure at first, you stayed, you listened, you watched, because you already cared. Return to Tomorrow makes it clear that the production itself was under enormous strain. Schedules slipped, effects were late, pressure was constant. While all of that was happening, the merchandise kept moving. The books were selling. The records were spinning. The models were being built. Star Trek was alive, even when the film was still unfinished. That's remarkable. It means the franchise survived its own uncertainty. It survived through objects, through physical proof, and once that infrastructure existed, Star Trek could not easily disappear again. This became the template. Every future Star Trek project would follow it. Books, music, models, collectibles. The motion picture taught the franchise how to return. It taught Star Trek that it did not have to wait for permission. It could rebuild itself first, quietly, patiently, piece by piece. So when the lights went down in 1979, and the overture began, we were not meeting Star Trek again. We were coming home to something that had already been waiting for us. That is how Star Trek returned. Not in one night, but in 1,000 small ways. And that is why it stayed. Hi, I'm Jim from TrekWorld. Did the cast of Star Trek the Motion Picture secretly worry that the movie wasn't working? The refit enterprise, the sweeping Jerry Goldsmith score, the grandeur, the silence, the ambition. But scale can distract from something quieter, something more human. What did it feel like to be on stage 9 at Paramount during those months? Not in publicity photos, not at the premiere, but during the long hours, the revisions, the waiting, the recalibrating. Preston Neal Jones, in Return to Tomorrow, gives us glimpses of something that rarely becomes its own narrative. Mood, not explosive drama, not headline conflict. Mood. The atmosphere on the soundstage was not jubilant. It was not chaotic. It was measured, serious, sometimes uncertain. The cast had not worked together in this configuration for nearly a decade. The original series had ended in 1969. What had been vibrant television energy now returned under entirely different expectations. This was no longer a weekly broadcast adventure. This was Paramount's most expensive production. The difference in scale altered everything. William Shatner was no longer simply Captain Kirk. He was the face of a franchise revival. Leonard Nimoy returned under carefully negotiated circumstances.
The following program is brought to you in living color by TrekWorld.
DeForest Kelley stepped back into McCoy's familiar shoes. But familiarity does not erase the passage of time. Jones describes how the early days of filming carried an undercurrent of recalibration. The cast had to rediscover chemistry, but they also had to adapt to Robert Wise's style. Wise was disciplined, methodical. He did not cultivate chaos. He cultivated precision. For actors accustomed to the faster rhythm of television, this shift required adjustment. Television production had been quick. Scenes were shot efficiently. Energy was immediate. Now scenes unfolded slowly. The camera lingered. Silences expanded. Blocking was deliberate. And deliberate pacing creates space. Space can be powerful. It can also amplify self-consciousness. Jones notes that some cast members were unsure how the film's contemplative tone would play. The script emphasized introspection. Spock's arc leaned heavily into internal struggle. Kirk's emotional journey centered on rediscovery rather than conquest. This was not the swashbuckling rhythm of earlier episodes. It was quieter, more philosophical. That tonal shift demanded restraint. Restraint can feel unfamiliar. Actors thrive on feedback, laughter, energy, momentum. On stage 9, much of the filming involved careful lighting adjustments, visual effects considerations, and measured setups. Waiting became part of the routine. Waiting affects mood. It slows tempo. It gives time for doubt to enter. Jones captures the sense that no one was openly declaring disaster, but neither was anyone bursting with unguarded enthusiasm. There was gravity. Everyone understood the stakes. Paramount had invested enormous resources. The industry was watching. Fans were watching. The pressure did not manifest as shouting. It manifested as seriousness. The redesigned uniforms contributed to that atmosphere. Muted tones, soft fabrics. They signaled maturity. But they also changed the cast's visual identity. The vibrant reds and golds of the series had projected confidence. The film's palette projected solemnity. Costume effects Posture. Posture affects performance. Under bright studio lights, some of the new fabrics proved less than comfortable. Heat accumulated. Collars required adjustment. Subtle discomfort influences patience. Patience influences mood. Leonard Nimoy's return carried its own emotional complexity. He had publicly distanced himself from the character after the series. Now he was back. But Spock's storyline in the film required vulnerability. Spock grapples with identity, with emotion, with incompleteness. Jones suggests that Nimoy approached this material thoughtfully, but thoughtful performance can feel weighty on set. Shatner's Kirk was likewise transformed. He was no longer in constant command. He was rediscovering command. That rediscovery required humility. Humility reads differently than swagger. TrekWorld is proud to announce their first ever full-length documentary about Star Trek's Galileo shuttlecraft prop. From its earliest hangout at the 20th Century Fox Studio storage lot, to rotting in the sun, to a miraculous rebirth and a tour through NASA's Houston Space Center, to the USS Intrepid aircraft carrier, to the Star Trek tour in upstate New York. Everywhere this little beauty went, it was experienced by fans. And we have their stories, photos, videos, and memories that have never been seen before now. Coming this Christmas 2026, follow TrekWorld on social media or visit us at trek-world.com for the latest upcoming information. As the cast navigated these altered dynamics, the production's pace reinforced introspection. Robert Wise encouraged subtlety. He valued composure. He was not chasing television immediacy. He was constructing cinema. Cinema allows silence. Silence invites contemplation. But contemplation, when repeated across days of shooting, can feel heavy. Jones indicates that some cast members quietly wondered how audiences would respond to such extended sequences. Would they embrace the patience, or would they grow restless? These were not loud concerns. They were private questions. The cast was not alone in feeling the weight. Crew members sensed the seriousness as well. Lighting adjustments were meticulous. Visual effects coordination demanded precision. Each setup required care. Care consumes time. Time, when stretched, can alter morale. Morale on Stage 9 was not low. It was cautious. Everyone wanted the film to succeed. Everyone wanted the revival to justify itself. But ambition can suppress spontaneity. The camaraderie of the original series had been born in relative underdog conditions. The film was no underdog. It was a flagship. Flagships move differently. Jones recounts how the atmosphere sometimes felt restrained compared to the television years. There was less joking between takes, more focus, more awareness of scrutiny. The design revisions and script refinements discussed earlier contributed to this mood. When elements are still settling, participants remain alert. Alertness is not relaxation. Even small uncertainties can shape energy. One of the most telling dynamics involved the long sequences of the Enterprise refit reveal. Shooting those moments required careful technical orchestration. The actors often performed against incomplete visual contexts. Green screens were not yet industry standard, but visual effects placeholders required imagination. Imagination under slow pacing can create isolation. An actor delivering a line into the unknown must trust the eventual composite. Trust is easier when momentum is high. Momentum here was measured. Jones does not describe open conflict between cast and director. He describes professional distance. Wise commanded respect. But respect can also create formality. Formality tempers warmth. DeForest Kelley, known for dry humor, brought familiar energy. Yet even that energy had to fit within the film's contemplative frame. The humor in the script was subdued. McCoy's skepticism remained, but it unfolded against a backdrop of solemnity. When humor is sparse, the set mirrors the tone. Perhaps the most subtle contributor to mood was uncertainty about reception. The original series had developed a devoted fan base. Those fans held strong opinions. Would they accept this restrained aesthetic? Would they accept slower pacing? The cast could not know. Speculation fills silence. Silence was plentiful. As production progressed, fatigue inevitably entered. Long hours, complex setups, repeated takes for technical precision. Fatigue erodes exuberance. It does not necessarily erode commitment. Commitment remained strong, but exuberance softened. Jones suggests that some actors privately missed the brisk tempo of television, the quick turnaround, the immediate sense of progress. The film's deliberate construction sometimes made progress feel incremental. Incremental progress can blur into stagnation, if not carefully perceived. Yet Wise maintained confidence. His experience on films of scale reassured the production. He understood that pacing on set does not necessarily reflect pacing on screen, but actors feel the present more than the future. In the present, there were pauses. Waiting for lighting tweaks. Waiting for set adjustments. Waiting for updated pages. Those pauses became part of the emotional rhythm of production. The transporter accident sequence, though brief in Final Cut, required intense focus. Its tone was darker than typical series fare, and the film was not afraid of seriousness. That seriousness influenced mood. Star Trek was maturing. Maturity can feel somber. The cast embraced professionalism. They delivered performances calibrated to Wise's direction. But Jones hints at a quiet question lingering beneath the surface. Is this too restrained? Is this too different? Those questions did not paralyze. They accompanied. They hovered. The soundstage environment, enclosed and controlled, amplified introspection. Unlike location shooting, Stage 9 offered little distraction. The Enterprise interior became an almost hermetic world. Within that world, the cast reassembled their chemistry. It did return. The Kirk-Spock-McCoy dynamic remained intact, but it was refracted through age and expectation. Age brings perspective. Expectation brings pressure. Pressure encourages caution. Caution permeated the set. One could argue that this caution became part of the film's DNA. The performances feel measured, the camera movements deliberate, the score expansive but controlled. The mood of production may have shaped those qualities. Jones portrays the atmosphere as serious but not bleak, dedicated but not celebratory, focused but not carefree. In many ways, that mood reflected the film's thematic concerns. V'Ger seeks meaning. Spock seeks integration. Kirk seeks relevance. These are not light themes. They demand contemplation. Contemplation demands stillness. Stillness demands patience. Patience, over time, becomes weight. And weight alters mood. As the premiere approached, the cast carried mixed emotions. Pride in the scale achieved, uncertainty about pacing reception, relief that filming was complete. The months on Stage 9 had been immersive. They had been disciplined. They had been different. If anyone expected a triumphant, laughter-filled production reminiscent of the series' camaraderie, they found something else. They found gravity. And gravity is not inherently negative. It signals significance. Everyone involved sensed significance. Star Trek was not simply returning, it was redefining itself. Redefinition is serious work. Serious work creates serious rooms. Looking back, it is tempting to romanticize that era. But Jones's account invites nuance. The mood on Stage 9 was complex, hopeful, tense, professional, cautious. The cast did not openly declare the film a failure, but they were aware they were attempting something risky. Risk breeds vigilance. Vigilance breeds restraint. Restraint breeds solemnity. And the solemnity permeated the set. When audiences finally saw the finished film, they experienced grandeur. They experienced stillness. They experienced a Star Trek that felt different. Behind that difference lay months of careful work under a cloud of quiet wondering. Is this working? Is this landing? Will they understand what we are trying to do? Those questions may never have been shouted, but they were present. They accompanied each take, each lighting reset, each pause. The mood on Stage 9 was not panic, it was anticipation laced with doubt. And sometimes doubt is the price of ambition. Hi, I'm Jim from TrekWorld, and today we're going back to a moment that nearly ended Star Trek forever. The following video is based entirely and solely on Return to Tomorrow by Preston Neal Jones. A rare and fascinating look at the making of Star Trek the Motion Picture done during filming by a third-party observer. You can follow the affiliate link in the description to complete search on Amazon for availability on the used book market. Not when NBC canceled the series in 1969, and not during the long years when the Enterprise only lived in reruns and conventions. But in 1979, when Star Trek finally returned to the big screen, carrying the full weight of fan expectation, studio ambition, and a decade of pent-up hope, and nearly collapsed under the pressure of its own rebirth. What you're about to hear isn't legend or exaggeration. It isn't hindsight, myth-making, or fandom lore. Every detail comes directly from Return to Tomorrow, the definitive behind-the-scenes account of how Star Trek the Motion Picture was made, and how close it came to being a disaster that might have permanently destroyed Paramount's faith in the franchise. By the mid-1970s, Star Trek had become something no one involved in its original production ever expected. It wasn't simply a canceled television series that had found a second life. It was a phenomenon that refused to fade. In syndication, Star Trek was pulling in ratings that rivaled current programming. Local stations found that episodes broadcast in late afternoon or early evening time slots consistently outperformed newer shows. College campuses embraced it. Science fiction conventions began to grow at an unprecedented pace, driven largely by Star Trek fans who treated the show not as nostalgia, but as a living idea. Paramount executives watched this slow-burn resurgence with increasing curiosity. For years, the studio struggled to understand why Star Trek resonated so deeply, especially given that it had never been a ratings juggernaut during its original network run. Yet the evidence was undeniable. Star Trek merchandise sold steadily. Fan mail never stopped. And the conventions, once small gatherings, were becoming major events. Eventually, the studio could no longer ignore the truth. Star Trek was more valuable after cancellation than it had ever been on NBC. The initial plan to bring Star Trek back was cautious and conservative. The idea wasn't a motion picture, but a return to television. A new series, tentatively titled Star Trek Phase 2, was developed with the intention of continuing the story for a new era. Scripts were commissioned, sets were designed and built. Costume concepts were finalized. Casting negotiations began. The project moved forward quietly, methodically, as Paramount tested whether Star Trek could live again as a weekly series. Then, in 1977, everything changed. Star Wars exploded across the box office and fundamentally rewrote Hollywood's understanding of science fiction. What had once been considered niche suddenly became mainstream spectacle. Audiences weren't just accepting science fiction. They were demanding it. Studios scrambled to respond. Paramount, watching Star Wars dominate popular culture, realized that Star Trek represented something extraordinary. A built-in audience that had already proven its loyalty. Almost overnight, Phase 2 was transformed into something far larger. Star Trek would not return as a television show. It would return as a major motion picture designed to stand alongside the biggest cinematic events of the era. The problem was that Star Trek had never been conceived as a blockbuster. Its strengths were philosophical conversations, moral dilemmas, and quiet moments of wonder. Its action sequences were sparse. Its budgets had always been tight. Translating that sensibility into a large-scale theatrical spectacle required a delicate balance that no one had ever attempted before. From the beginning, the project struggled with identity. Was Star Trek the Motion Picture meant to be an introspective science fiction epic, slow and deliberate? Or was it meant to compete directly with the energy and pace of Star Wars? Scripts were written and rewritten as the creative team wrestled with these questions. Story elements were introduced, discarded, and reworked repeatedly. The film existed in a constant state of flux, with no single version of the story remaining stable for very long. As the schedule tightened, Paramount brought in director Robert Wise, a respected filmmaker with a long and distinguished career. Wise was known for his professionalism, discipline, and ability to deliver under pressure. He had directed everything from science fiction to musicals, and his reputation lent credibility to a production that desperately needed stability. But even Wise could not impose order on a project that had already drifted too far without a firm foundation. By the time he came aboard, the film was behind schedule and burdened with expectations that no single production could reasonably fulfill. One of the most consequential decisions involved visual effects. Star Trek the Motion Picture demanded an unprecedented number of effect shots, far exceeding anything Paramount had previously attempted. The Enterprise itself was no longer a television miniature photographed sparingly. It was now a cinematic object expected to hold up under prolonged scrutiny on a massive screen. Instead of relying on established feature film effects houses, Paramount entrusted the work to Robert Abel and Associates. Abel's company was renowned for its groundbreaking commercial work. Their imagery was striking, innovative, and technically impressive. But commercials were measured in seconds, not minutes. Feature films required a scale, endurance, and pipeline that Abel's team had never been asked to sustain. At first, the tests were stunning. The enterprise had never looked so detailed, so monumental. The ambition was undeniable. But as production continued, cracks began to appear. Each effects shot took longer than anticipated. Revisions piled up. New techniques introduced new complications. What worked brilliantly for a 30-second commercial became exponentially more difficult when multiplied across dozens and then hundreds of shots. As deadlines slipped, pressure intensified. The release date remained fixed. Paramount could not afford to delay the film, both financially and publicly. The schedule tightened to the point of impossibility, and yet the work continued, driven by sheer determination rather than realistic planning. Inside the editing rooms, the situation grew increasingly surreal. Robert Wise and his editorial team were tasked with assembling a movie that quite literally did not yet exist. Scenes arrived without completed effects. Some sequences were represented only by rough composites or static images. Editors were forced to cut scenes based on estimates, rather than finished footage, guessing how long shots would eventually be, and hoping their assumptions would prove correct. The film could not be locked, because locking required finished effects. Without a locked cut, sound design could not be finalized. Music cues had to be composed and recorded without fully understanding how scenes would ultimately play. Jerry Goldsmith delivered a powerful and emotionally resonant score under extraordinary circumstances, often working without the benefit of completed visuals. Every department operated in a state of controlled chaos. Decisions were made without certainty. Problems were solved temporarily, then revisited as new information arrived. Time was no longer an abstract constraint. It was a constant presence, pressing down on every moment of the production. As the premiere approached, the truth became unavoidable. There were not enough completed effects shots to finish the movie, not to polish it, not to perfect it, to finish it. Paramount executives faced a decision that no studio ever wants to confront: delay the film, admit failure, and absorb the financial and reputational damage, or release the film unfinished and hope audiences wouldn't fully grasp what was missing. They chose to release it. In the final days before the premiere, effects shots arrived at a frantic pace. Some were delivered just hours before final assembly. Sound mixes were rushed. Color timing was compressed. There was no true final screening in the traditional sense. The film that premiered in December 1979 was, by any reasonable definition, incomplete. Robert Wise knew it. The creative team knew it. And many critics sensed it, even if they couldn't articulate precisely what felt wrong. Audiences were often awed by the scale and ambition of the film, yet puzzled by its pacing and structure. The movie moved slowly, sometimes meditatively, and sometimes felt strangely distant, as though something essential hadn't fully coalesced. Behind the scenes, the consequences were immediate. Paramount's confidence in the franchise wavered. Budgets were cut. Oversight increased. The future of Star Trek on the big screen was suddenly uncertain, and yet, despite everything, Star Trek survived. The film did not destroy the franchise. Instead, it forced a reckoning. The lessons learned from the motion picture directly shaped the approach to its successor. The next film would be smaller, tighter, and more character-driven. The excesses and uncertainties of the first movie gave way to discipline and focus. In a strange and ironic way, Star Trek had to nearly fail in order to succeed. Even today, No version of Star Trek the Motion Picture fully represents what Robert Wise originally intended. The theatrical cut was rushed. Later television versions made compromises. Subsequent restorations improved aspects of the film, but could never entirely resolve the foundational issues created by the impossible schedule. The true version of the movie exists only in fragments, in production notes, in recollections, and in the pages of Return to Tomorrow. It is the story of a film released before it was ready, and a franchise that endured because the people behind it refused to let it die. Star Trek did not return because Hollywood was prepared. It returned because the fans demanded it. And it survived because failure taught it how to evolve. And that is the real story of Star Trek the Motion Picture. Hi, I'm Jim from TrekWorld. How do you begin filming a $40 million science fiction epic when no one can agree on which script is actually the right one? The problem didn't begin with a shouting match. It didn't begin with a dramatic walkout. It began quietly. Pages. Pages circulating. Pages revised. Pages replaced. Pages withdrawn. Pages marked current that were no longer current. By the time the motion picture moved into active production, the script was not a fixed foundation beneath the film. It was a moving surface, and everyone standing on it could feel it shifting. According to Preston Neal Jones in Return to Tomorrow, the screenplay's evolution from Phase 2 television pilot to feature film epic was not a clean rewrite. It was an ongoing transformation. What had once been in thy image as a television premiere became something larger, slower, more ambitious. But that transformation didn't happen all at once. It happened in waves. Each wave left behind fragments, and those fragments didn't always disappear. Some were revised, some were reinserted, some were repurposed, and some lingered in office drawers while departments unknowingly worked from earlier assumptions.
The following program is brought to you in living color by TrekWorld.
This is the part of the story that rarely gets attention. We talk about budget overruns. We talk about visual effects delays. We talk about Douglas Trumbull arriving like a cinematic firefighter. But before the effects chaos, before the deadline compression, there was script circulation chaos. Inside Paramount offices, drafts moved between executives, producers, department heads, and the director. Gene Roddenberry continued refining ideas. Notes were issued. Revisions were prepared. Robert Wise, newly attached, brought his own instincts to structure and pacing. Scenes were tightened. Moments were shifted. Emphasis changed. The film was slowly becoming something different from what it had been only weeks earlier. But production infrastructure does not adapt instantly. Set designers need locked descriptions. Costume designers need finalized character needs. Effects planners need exact beats. When a script is fluid, every department operates in a state of anticipation rather than certainty. Jones describes the circulation of memos and drafts that created a subtle tension across the production. Pages would arrive with colored revision marks. Departments would implement changes. Then another revision would appear. Sometimes the revisions were minor. A line adjusted, a beat shortened. Other times, the revisions rebalanced tone. Emotional emphasis would shift. A sequence once driven by dialogue would become more visual, or vice versa. This did not feel catastrophic. It felt incremental, but incrementally, it created drift. One department might be working from a draft that emphasized introspection. Another might be referencing a version that leaned into spectacle. Actors received pages that evolved week to week. And actors build rhythm through repetition. When that rhythm shifts, performance must recalibrate. The heart of the confusion lay in the transformation from television pacing to cinematic pacing. TrekWorld is proud to announce their first ever full-length documentary about Star Trek's Galileo shuttlecraft prop. From its earliest hangout at the 20th Century Fox Studio storage lot, to rotting in the sun, to a miraculous rebirth and a tour through NASA's Houston Space Center, to the USS Intrepid aircraft carrier, to the Star Trek tour in upstate New York. Everywhere this little beauty went, it was experienced by fans. And we have their stories, photos, videos, and memories that have never been seen before now. Coming this Christmas 2026, follow TrekWorld on social media or visit us at trek-world.com for the latest upcoming information. Phase 2's pilot had structure suited for broadcast television. Theatrical cinema demanded scale. Moments were expanded. Silences were extended. Visual sequences were allowed to breathe. But that expansion was not always reflected uniformly across distributed drafts. Some sequences lingered in transitional form. Jones recounts the sense that the screenplay was being refined, even as physical production machinery was warming up. That is not unusual in Hollywood, but the scale here amplified the effect. This was not a modest production. This was Paramount's flagship science fiction gamble in a post-Star Wars marketplace. Every change had financial weight. When a scene changed, it could alter set construction needs. It could impact shooting days, it could shift special effects requirements, and those impacts were not always immediately visible to everyone holding a version of the script. Robert Wise preferred clarity. He preferred control. He had inherited a project mid-evolution. He worked to shape it into something coherent. But coherence requires stillness, and stillness was difficult to achieve while ideas were still in motion. Jones describes how the screenplay's journey included multiple layers of revision. Roddenberry's evolving thematic ambitions, studio notes, Wise's structural refinements. It became less a single script and more a living document. The risk was not that the film lacked ideas. The risk was that departments were not always synchronized around the same version of those ideas. Imagine preparing a bridge set based on one emotional tone, only to discover the next revision leans colder. Imagine rehearsing dialogue whose emphasis shifts subtly in the next draft. These are not catastrophic events, they're exhausting ones, and exhaustion accumulates quietly. The irony is that the film's thematic core, contact with the unknown, identity, transformation, was stable. But the path to expressing that core was continually recalibrated. Jones notes how revisions were sometimes driven by the desire to deepen philosophical weight. At other times, revisions aimed to streamline narrative clarity. There was a tension between expansiveness and precision. The movie wanted to be contemplative. It also needed to be legible. That balance required trimming and rebalancing. And trimming generates paper. Paper generates circulation. Circulation generates confusion if not perfectly coordinated. At one point, departments were reportedly unsure which sequence descriptions represented the final intention for certain key scenes. This uncertainty did not halt production. It created a subtle undercurrent. When the foundation moves, even slightly, the structure above it adjusts. Actors like William Shatner and Leonard Nimoy were navigating not only their characters' arcs, but also the evolving tone of the film. Kirk's emotional re-entry into command was nuanced. Spock's internal struggle required careful modulation. When scripts shift in shading, performance recalibrates. Jones makes clear that the screenplay's development was not sloppy. It was ambitious. But ambition under time pressure magnifies complexity. There were moments when the production seemed to be building while simultaneously redesigning the blueprint. Not recklessly, not chaotically, but persistently. Wise sought to stabilize. He worked with the material to clarify pacing, yet even stabilization required rewriting. The feature film format allowed scenes to unfold more slowly than television ever could. That slowness required confidence. Confidence required commitment to a specific structure, and structure was still evolving. In Hollywood, the phrase locked script carries weight. It signals that departments may proceed without fear of fundamental change. The motion picture hovered near that lock without fully resting in it for long. And when lock wavers, morale feels it. Not dramatically, not explosively, subtly. Crew members would prepare based on one understanding, then receive updated pages. Each revision was rational, each revision defensible, but cumulative revision creates fatigue. Jones suggests that the screenplay's constant refinement reflected Roddenberry's desire to elevate the material. He was not content to produce a simple adventure. He wanted grandeur. He wanted introspection. He wanted cosmic scale. Wise, meanwhile, brought cinematic discipline. The collaboration was productive. It was also iterative. Iteration is healthy, but iteration under deadline creates friction. As production progressed, certain scenes were still being shaped for maximum effect. Dialogue exchanges were polished, transitions refined, philosophical beats adjusted. It is here that the script's instability intersected with the film's eventual pacing reputation. When you expand scenes and allow them to breathe, you must commit. If you expand tentatively, you risk hesitation. Jones indicates that some expansion decisions were still solidifying as departments prepared to shoot. That subtle uncertainty becomes visible in energy. Not visible in a glaring mistake, visible in tone. Imagine rehearsing a scene whose duration is in flux. Imagine designing effects for a sequence whose emotional emphasis shifts. These are manageable challenges individually. Collectively, they create an atmosphere of vigilance. Everyone watches for the next set of pages. Everyone checks whether their draft matches the director's. This is not scandal. It is process under pressure. Yet process under pressure leaves traces. One of the fascinating elements described in the book is how revisions were not simply technical. They were philosophical. Roddenberry's vision leaned toward transcendence. Wise focused on cinematic rhythm. Those instincts required reconciliation. Reconciliation requires revision. Revision requires distribution. Distribution invites misalignment if not perfectly controlled. The result was a production that sometimes felt like it was assembling a cathedral while the architectural sketches were still being shaded. Not redrawn entirely, shaded, refined, adjusted. And the larger the structure, the more those adjustments ripple. Paramount executives observed progress. They expected momentum. From their vantage point, the script was evolving toward something prestigious, but from the crew's vantage point, that evolution meant constant recalibration. Jones captures the quiet strain this produced. There was no singular blow-up over pages. There was accumulation. It is easy in hindsight to imagine a chaotic room filled with shouting creatives. The reality was more professional, more measured, and perhaps more psychologically taxing. Because when confusion is loud, it is acknowledged. When confusion is subtle, it lingers. As shooting approached and production intensified, the script began to settle more firmly into its final shape. But by then, habits of vigilance were ingrained. Cast and crew had grown accustomed to checking for updates. This constant awareness fostered a cautious atmosphere. Not pessimistic. Cautious. The film's deliberate tone, its patience, mirrors, in some ways, the process that shaped it. It was not a story forced into completion through brute momentum. It was a story refined repeatedly. Jones does not portray the screenplay evolution as incompetence. He portrays it as ambition wrestling with format and expectation. But ambition without stillness produces tremor. The most telling detail is how departments sometimes operated from slightly different assumptions until clarity reasserted itself. That gap, however brief, is enough to create inefficiency. And inefficiency compounds cost, which then increases studio scrutiny, which then increases pressure to finalize, which then accelerates revision. A loop. In this loop, the script was both foundation and moving target, and the moving target required constant aim adjustment. By the time cameras rolled in earnest, much of the screenplay had stabilized, yet its journey had already shaped the emotional climate of production. Everyone had learned to expect change. That expectation creates restraint. Restraint tempers spontaneity. It fosters discipline. It can also dampen ease. When we watch the motion picture, we see grandeur. We see precision. We see measured pacing. What we do not see is the paper trail that preceded it. The drafts, the memos, the colored revision pages, the quiet recalibrations, the steady, relentless effort to align vision and execution. The film ultimately emerged coherent. It emerged complete, but its coherence was earned through revision. Its stillness was achieved after motion, and its ambition was refined line by line. The question is not whether the script was chaotic. The question is whether the process of shaping it left fingerprints on the final tone. Did the constant refinement contribute to the film's deliberate atmosphere? Did vigilance translate into restraint? Jones invites us to consider that production culture influences artistic result. When a script settles late, the film may carry the memory of its unsettled state. The cast delivered performances rooted in introspection. The director framed sequences with patience. The narrative unfolded with solemn confidence. Perhaps that solemn confidence was forged in part through the discipline required to steady a moving foundation. There's something almost poetic about it. a story about a machine intelligence seeking completion, a production seeking final form, pages evolving toward identity, ideas converging into structure. By premiere night, audiences saw a finished film. They did not see the weeks of circulating drafts. They did not see the subtle misalignments corrected quietly. They did not see the production learning, collectively, to wait for the latest version before committing. The script did eventually sit still, but not quickly, and not without teaching everyone involved how to adapt to motion. The film survives. The film endures. And behind its calm exterior lies a history of paper, revision, and the quiet determination to stabilize a story before the cameras could truly trust it. Hi, I'm Jim from TrekWorld. What happens when the release date is locked, but the movie isn't finished? There comes a moment in every large production when time stops being flexible. Up until that point, time bends. It stretches. It absorbs revision. It accommodates redesign. It tolerates perfectionism. But once a release date is publicly announced, time hardens. And on Star Trek the Motion Picture, time hardened while the film was still in motion. Preston Neal Jones, in Return to Tomorrow, makes clear that the calendar eventually became the most unforgiving force in the entire production. Not creative tension, not budget pressure, not even effects challenges. The calendar. Paramount had committed. December 1979. Marketing schedules were locked. Theaters were reserved. Press plans were prepared. Once those wheels begin turning, they do not easily stop. A studio can delay a film, but delay is humiliation. Delay is lost revenue. Delay signals lack of control. And after the escalating budget meetings, control was something Paramount could not afford to appear to lose. So the deadline stood, and the film was not yet complete. Visual effects were still in progress. Optical work required precision. Composite shots were not fully delivered.
The following program is brought to you in living color by TrekWorld.
Music scoring was still underway. Editing continued. Color timing remained unfinished. The movie existed, but not as a finished entity. It existed in pieces. And those pieces had to converge under immovable pressure. Jones describes the growing awareness that finishing would require extraordinary acceleration. The decision to bring Douglas Trumbull aboard had stabilized direction in the effects department, but stabilization does not equal completion. Completion requires throughput. Throughput requires manpower. Manpower requires long hours. Long hours require stamina, and stamina eventually meets exhaustion. As the calendar tightened, workdays expanded. Night became routine. Departments no longer worked sequentially. They worked simultaneously. Editing proceeded while effects were still being delivered. Music cues were composed for sequences not yet fully locked. Final mixes were scheduled while visuals were still being finalized. This overlap is not ideal, but it becomes necessary when time compresses. Robert Wise had experienced large productions before. He understood deadlines. He understood the difference between panic and urgency. He did not indulge panic, but urgency became unavoidable. Jones recounts how the final weeks of post-production were characterized by relentless activity. Shots were delivered just in time to be inserted. Some effects were finished hours before they were required. Optical houses operated under intense pressure. The Enterprise flybys, the V'ger cloud sequences, the transporter visuals, each demanded precision. There was no margin for leisurely refinement, only functional completion. That shift from refinement to completion is critical. Earlier in production, the culture favored polishing. Now polishing had to give way to finishing. Finishing requires decisive cuts. It requires accepting that improvement may no longer be possible. Wise face choices? Extend shots, trim them, reorder sequences? Each decision had to account not only for narrative flow, but for what could realistically be delivered in time. The sound department felt similar compression. Jerry Goldsmith was composing and recording against an unforgiving schedule. Music is often one of the last elements to be completed, yet the emotional architecture of the film depended heavily on score. Goldsmith delivered with remarkable efficiency, but even efficiency requires coordination. Scoring sessions overlapped with editing. Timing adjustments required quick recalibration. In the mixing rooms, technicians worked to integrate dialogue, effects, and music under deadline strain. There was no room for leisurely experimentation, only disciplined execution. Jones suggests that during these final weeks, Paramount's anxiety intensified. Executives monitored progress closely. Daily updates became crucial. Completion percentages were scrutinized. The question was no longer, can we improve this? It was, will we make it? Making it meant delivering film prints to theaters on time. TrekWorld is proud to announce their first ever full-length documentary about Star Trek's Galileo shuttlecraft prop. From its earliest hangout at the 20th Century Fox Studio storage lot, to rotting in the sun, to a miraculous rebirth, and a tour through NASA's Houston Space Center, to the USS Intrepid aircraft carrier, to the Star Trek tour in upstate New York. Everywhere this little beauty went, it was experienced by fans, and we have their stories, photos, videos, and memories that have never been seen before now. Coming this Christmas, 2026. Follow TrekWorld on social media or visit us at trek-world.com for the latest upcoming information. Physical prints. Shipped, distributed, projection ready. This was not the digital era. There was no last-minute upload. Completion had to precede duplication. Duplication had to precede shipping. Shipping had to precede premiere. Each stage consumed days. Days that could not expand. Within this environment, the film's final cut took shape. Wise worked tirelessly to assemble a coherent whole from elements still arriving. The editing room became a nerve center. Assistants cataloged incoming shots. Splices were made rapidly. Test screenings were limited by time. There was no luxury of extensive audience feedback. The deadline dictated confidence. Confidence sometimes substitutes for certainty. Cast members, though largely removed from post-production, were aware of the strain. Public appearances required reassurance. Press messaging emphasized the scale and ambition. Privately, those close to the production understood how narrow the margin had become. Jones paints a picture not of chaos, but of compression. Compression squeezes process. It forces prioritization. Some ambitions must yield. Some shots must remain as delivered rather than perfected. There's a subtle difference between finishing proudly and finishing breathlessly. The final weeks of the motion picture carried elements of both. Technicians recall extended hours. Effects teams operated under near-continuous cycles. Every completed sequence felt like a small victory. But victory came with fatigue. The human cost of deadline compression rarely appears on screen. Audiences see seamless spectacle. They do not see the exhaustion that preceded it. Wise maintained composure. His steadiness helped prevent panic from infecting the process. But steadiness does not eliminate pressure. It contains it. Contained pressure is still pressure. As premiere night approached, the realization set in. There would be no further revisions. No more polishing. The film, as assembled, would stand. Even if some participants felt additional time might have allowed refinement, the calendar did not care. Jones describes the final push as heroic in effort. Departments coordinated with remarkable dedication. No one abandoned responsibility. If anything, the compression strengthened resolve. When time becomes scarce, clarity sharpens. Every decision matters more. Every delay costs more. The Enterprise reveal sequence, one of the film's most iconic moments, survived the compression intact. Its grandeur remained. But elsewhere, subtle compromises may have occurred. Not from negligence and from necessity. The reality of filmmaking is that deadlines shape art. Given unlimited time, every project could evolve endlessly, but art requires closure. Closure requires a boundary. The December release date was that boundary. Paramount's gamble now entered its final phase. Marketing was underway. Expectations were rising. The studio could not afford to falter publicly, and so the production pressed forward. There is something almost poetic about a film centered on an immense intelligence seeking completion, being itself a product seeking completion, under immense pressure. The V'ger entity approaches Earth in search of resolution. The filmmakers approach the premiere in search of readiness. Both journeys involved urgency. Both involved uncertainty. Both demanded trust that convergence would occur in time. When the final reels were assembled and shipped, relief mingled with apprehension. Completion had been achieved. But how would it be received? Jones makes clear that the deadline did not destroy the film, but it shaped its final form. It limited further iteration. It froze certain decisions that, given more time, might have evolved. Yet without the deadline, the film might have continued refining indefinitely. The calendar forced conclusion. Conclusion forced release. Release invited judgment. The deadline. They couldn't miss was not merely a logistical constraint, it was a crucible. It tested discipline, it tested endurance, it tested confidence, and when the lights dimmed on opening night, the film stood not only as a creative achievement, but as a testament to compressed determination. The audience saw spectacle. Behind that spectacle lay sleepless nights, expedited deliveries, tightened nerves, and a release date that refused to move. Hi, I'm Jim from TrekWorld. At what moment did Paramount realize the budget for Star Trek was no longer under control? Money rarely shouts. It whispers first. It appears as a revised estimate, a line item adjusted, a projection gently increased. On Star Trek the Motion Picture, those whispers began early, and they did not stop. Preston Neal Jones, in Return to Tomorrow, makes clear that the film's financial evolution was not a sudden explosion. It was an escalation, incremental, relentless, and deeply uncomfortable. When Paramount committed to turning Star Trek into a feature film, the investment already carried risk. Science fiction had been transformed by Star Wars. Audience expectations had shifted upward. Studios were watching each other carefully. This would not be a modest revival. It would be a statement. Statements are expensive. The initial budget projections were ambitious but defensible. The refit enterprise, the redesigned sets, the upgraded visual effects, all necessary, all justified. But budgets are not static documents. They breathe, they expand, they react. As the screenplay evolved, so too did production requirements. Set refinements increased labor hours.
The following program is brought to you in living color by TrekWorld.
Costume adjustments required additional materials. Visual effects planning became more complex as ambitions grew. Each change seemed logical in isolation. Collectively, they altered the financial landscape. Jones describes the gradual realization within Paramount's executive corridors that costs were trending upward faster than comfort allowed. Studio executives are accustomed to fluctuation, but they are not fond of surprise. And surprise is exactly what creeping escalation can feel like. One of the film's most expensive components was visual effects. The initial plan relied heavily on Robert Abel and Associates. Ambition was high, innovation was promised, but innovation requires development time. Development time requires money. As schedules tightened and effects lagged, costs rose, and rising costs alter tone in boardrooms. There were meetings. Serious meetings. Meetings where spreadsheets were scrutinized, where line items were questioned, where assurances were requested. Jones does not describe dramatic shouting matches. He describes tightening expressions, measured questions, executives asking whether projections were realistic, whether timelines were achievable, whether oversight was sufficient. Oversight is a delicate word. It signals concern without accusation. As expenses mounted, oversight intensified. Gene Roddenberry remained deeply invested in creative vision. Robert Wise focused on execution. Paramount executives focused on exposure. Exposure to loss, exposure to embarrassment, exposure to headlines declaring overreach. Every studio fears the phrase runaway production. It implies loss of control. Control is currency in Hollywood. When control feels threatened, attention sharpens. The effects delays with Abel became a turning point. Not because ambition was misguided, but because delivery timelines failed to align with expectations. Replacement became inevitable. Enter Douglas Trumbull. Bringing Trumbull aboard stabilized technical direction, but it did not reduce cost. In fact, accelerating effects under compressed timelines often increases expenditure. More manpower, more hours, more equipment. Jones outlines how the decision to bring in Trumbull was pragmatic. It was necessary. It was also financially consequential. The studio faced a dilemma: cut losses and reduce ambition, or double down and protect the film's potential prestige. Paramount chose prestige. Prestige demands investment, but investment deepens anxiety. Inside budget meetings, the numbers told a story of growth, from tens of millions toward thresholds that made executives uneasy. Each upward revision required justification. Creative departments justified in artistic terms. Executives required financial framing, return on investment, market positioning, international appeal. This was not simply a film, it was a franchise resurrection. Franchise resurrection can justify bold spending if it succeeds. Announced their first ever full-length documentary about Star Trek's Galileo shuttlecraft prop. From its earliest hangout at the 20th Century Fox Studio storage lot, to rotting in the sun, to a miraculous rebirth and a tour through NASA's Houston Space Center, to the USS Intrepid aircraft carrier, to the Star Trek tour in upstate New York. Everywhere this little beauty went, it was experienced by fans. And we have their stories, photos, videos, and memories that have never been seen before now. Coming this Christmas 2026, follow TrekWorld on social media or visit us at trek-world.com for the latest upcoming information. That conditional clause haunted discussion. If. Jones suggests that studio leadership oscillated between optimism and apprehension. They believed in Star Trek's brand. They believed in the built-in fan base. But belief does not erase arithmetic. Arithmetic persists. When daily reports showed continued expenditure, executives leaned forward. Producers were asked for assurances, schedules were re-examined, delivery milestones tightened, and every tightening introduced new pressure downstream. The design refinements discussed earlier now carried financial scrutiny. Was this adjustment necessary? Could this revision wait? Were there efficiencies to be found? Efficiency is the enemy of perfectionism. And perfectionism had defined much of the production. Now perfectionism encountered fiscal gravity. Gravity slows movement and forces recalculation. Jones recounts how some within the studio worried privately about comparisons to other expensive productions that had faltered. Hollywood memory is long. Failures echo. No executive wishes to preside over the next cautionary tale. At the same time, pulling back too sharply risked undermining the very qualities that justified the film's ambition. The Enterprise refit reveal sequence, for example, required resources, lighting rigs, miniature work, and expensive motion control systems. Cutting corners on such moments would compromise spectacle. And spectacle was essential to theatrical credibility. Thus, meetings became exercises in balancing caution with conviction. Roddenberry argued for vision. Wise argued for practical pathways to execute that vision. Executives argued for containment. Containment and expansion are rarely comfortable partners. Jones captures the atmosphere of those meetings as serious but controlled. No one stormed out, but no one treated the numbers lightly. As effects challenges persisted, the financial picture tightened further. Deadlines loomed. Release dates were announced. Marketing campaigns were set in motion. Delaying release would incur additional costs and reputational damage. Therefore, finishing on time became paramount. Finishing on time required additional manpower. Additional manpower required additional funding. A loop. The more urgent the schedule, the higher the cost of urgency. Paramount's leadership had to decide whether to limit ambition or accelerate investment. They chose acceleration. It was a gamble, a calculated one, but a gamble nonetheless. Internally, that gamble altered morale. Cast and crew sensed the scrutiny. Scrutiny influences behavior. When you know the budget is under watch, every delay feels amplified. Every retake carries invisible weight. Jones implies that the knowledge of rising costs contributed to the seriousness on set. It was no longer simply about artistic success. It was about financial justification. As expenses approached figures rarely seen for science fiction at the time, headlines loomed in imagination. Hollywood trades monitor numbers closely. Leaks travel fast. Reputation can hinge on perception of discipline. Discipline was now demanded not only creatively, but fiscally. Executives sought updates more frequently. Producers prepared more detailed reports. Forecasts were refined. In some cases, contingency plans were quietly discussed. What if initial box office underperformed? What if reviews were lukewarm? What if international markets hesitated? These questions did not dominate public messaging, but they occupied private thought. Jones makes clear that Paramount did not lose faith entirely. They were uneasy, not defeated. There remained belief that the film scale would attract audiences, but belief had to coexist with caution. As production neared completion, financial exposure peaked. Money had been spent, much of it irrevocably. Now the film had to justify it. That realization sharpened tension. Premiere night was not simply artistic unveiling, it was fiscal reckoning. Would ticket sales validate escalation? Would the gamble pay dividends? The budget meetings had built toward that moment. Looking back, it's easy to cite final box office totals. But in those boardrooms before release, the future was opaque. Jones portrays those meetings as measured confrontations with uncertainty. No screaming matches, no dramatic ultimatums. Just professionals confronting risk. Risk is quieter than scandal, but no less powerful. The budget did not collapse the film, it did not derail it. But it shaped its emotional climate. Financial gravity influenced creative pacing. It influenced urgency. It influenced the willingness to accelerate decisions. Perhaps even the solemnity of the finished film reflects that gravity. When money weighs heavily, levity recedes. The finished product emerged grand. It emerged expensive. It emerged controversial, but it emerged. The budget meetings had been endured, the exposure had been accepted, and the gamble had been made. Star Trek had returned to the big screen not cautiously, but boldly. Boldness carries cost, and cost demands courage. Paramount's executives may not have enjoyed those meetings, but they chose to proceed. They chose to believe that ambition would outweigh anxiety. History suggests that belief was not misplaced. The franchise endured. The risk evolved into legacy. But in those rooms before success was proven, there were spreadsheets. There were projections. There were tightening jaws and careful reassurances. There was the steady whisper of numbers rising, and the quiet question echoing beneath it all. Will this be worth it? Hi, this is Jim from TrekWorld. Every shot you're about to see was a gamble, because no one knew if the camera move worked until days later. What if I told you that Star Trek's most convincing illusion of space was created without computers, without digital previews, and without knowing if the shot even worked until days later? The motion picture did not simply return the franchise to theaters. It attempted to reinvent how outer space itself could be photographed. In the late 1970s, science fiction cinema stood at a crossroads between optical tradition and emerging technological ambition. The original Star Trek television series had relied on clever framing, painted backdrops, and static miniatures to suggest scale. A feature film demanded something radically more convincing. Audiences were no longer willing to accept obvious models drifting against starfield plates. They wanted weight.
The following program is brought to you in living color by TrekWorld.
Dimensionality and movement that felt almost accidental in its realism. To achieve that illusion, the motion picture placed its future in the hands of motion control miniature photography. Motion control was not new, but it had never been asked to carry an entire film at this scale. The idea was deceptively simple. If a camera could repeat the exact same movement multiple times with mechanical precision, different elements could be photographed separately and combined later. In practice, this required engineering discipline that bordered on obsession. Every inch of movement had to be plotted, measured, and locked down. Every lighting change had to be repeatable. Every vibration could destroy the illusion. The Enterprise refit miniature became the central test of this philosophy. Unlike earlier Star Trek models, this ship was designed to withstand scrutiny from extreme close-ups. The hull was covered in fine panel lines, windows, and surface textures intended to catch light realistically. This was not decoration. It was a deliberate invitation for the camera to linger. The motion control team knew that if the ship looked good in close-up, the audience would accept it at any distance. The problem was that close-ups magnified every flaw. A fingerprint on the model could look like a crater. A lighting inconsistency could shatter the illusion of scale. The solution was discipline bordering on ritual. The following video is based entirely and solely on Return to Tomorrow by Preston Neal Jones. A rare and fascinating look at the making of Star Trek the Motion Picture done during filming by a third-party observer. You can follow the affiliate link in the description to complete search on Amazon for availability on the used book market. The miniature stage became a controlled environment where nothing was left to chance. Crew members documented light placement with diagrams and photographs. Bulbs were logged and replaced in matched sets to maintain consistent color temperature. Even the heat generated by lights was monitored to prevent warping of the model. The motion control cameras themselves were mechanical marvels. Mounted on programmable rigs, they could execute complex moves repeatedly with astonishing accuracy. Each pass of the camera captured a single layer of the final image. One pass for the ship's key lighting, another for rim lighting, another for windows, another for engine glows, another for background stars. All of these elements would later be composited into a single shot. The process was slow, painfully slow. A single shot could take days to complete. If a mistake was discovered late in the process, entire passes had to be reshot. There were no instant previews. There was no digital safety net. Film had to be developed before anyone knew whether the shot succeeded. This uncertainty created enormous pressure. Every decision mattered. Every setup was a gamble. Yet this gamble produced something unprecedented in Star Trek. For the first time, the Enterprise appeared to occupy real space. The ship didn't glide like a toy. It moved with inertia. It revealed itself gradually as light rolled across the hull. This was not accidental. The motion control philosophy encouraged slow, deliberate camera moves. Fast cuts would have hidden imperfections, but they would also have diminished scale. The filmmakers chose patience over speed. This decision would later become one of the most debated aspects of the film. But from a visual effects standpoint, it was essential. Scale is communicated through time. The longer the camera observes an object without cutting away, the more real it becomes. Motion control made that possible. The refit Enterprise was not the only beneficiary of this approach. The Klingon battlecruisers received similar attention. Their angular designs caught light differently, emphasizing menace and weight. The motion control passes allowed lighting designers to sculpt these ships like physical sculptures. The wormhole sequence pushed the system even further. Here, motion control photography interacted with abstract optical effects. Multiple passes of distorted light, smoke, and color were layered together. The ships were photographed separately from the energy effects. This separation preserved detail while allowing chaos to surround it. The result felt violent and unpredictable, even though every element was meticulously planned. V'ger presented an entirely different challenge. The entity was vast beyond comprehension. Miniatures alone couldn't convey that scale. Motion control was used to integrate models into massive cloud structures created through optical compositing and matte work. The camera movements were designed to feel exploratory rather than aggressive. This reinforced the idea that V'ger was not a conventional villain. It was a presence, a force. The camera behaved like a probe itself, drifting, observing, and occasionally recoiling. This visual language was born directly from the capabilities of motion control photography. The filmmakers leaned into what the technology did best: smooth, repeatable, hypnotic movement. This same philosophy extended to interior shots. While the bridge and corridors were full-scale sets, their relationship to space was established through motion control inserts. Exterior shots dictated the rhythm of interior scenes. The audience subconsciously accepted that these spaces belonged to a massive, coherent vessel. Even costume details benefited indirectly from this realism. The Starfleet uniforms were designed with minimal ornamentation to avoid visual noise under intense lighting. Small details like the biosensor belt buckles became functional elements rather than decoration. These buckles were not merely costume flourishes. They were conceived as in-universe medical and monitoring devices. Their clean geometry reflected the film's design philosophy. In close-ups, the buckles caught light in controlled highlights. In wide shots, they read as subtle technological accents. This mattered because motion control photography encouraged closer scrutiny of everything on screen. Nothing could be sloppy. Nothing could be arbitrary. The same mindset applied to Starfleet insignia, fabric textures, and color palettes. Everything had to survive the unforgiving gaze of the camera. Behind the scenes, the pressure mounted as the schedule tightened. Motion control photography did not bend easily to deadlines. Machines didn't care about release dates. Shots took as long as they took. This created friction between creative ambition and production reality, but the visual effects team understood what was at stake. Star Trek's cinematic future depended on credibility. If the ships looked fake, the entire Enterprise would collapse. The motion control crew often worked long hours in near silence. The hum of motors replaced conversation. Attention was focused on numbers, measurements, and alignment. This environment fostered a strange mix of anxiety and pride. Each successful shot felt like a small miracle. Each failure felt personal. Yet slowly, the footage accumulated. A library of shots that no television Star Trek had ever imagined. The dry dock reveal became the ultimate proof of concept. The camera drifted slowly past the Enterprise as if rediscovering an old friend. Every panel line mattered. Every window glow mattered. Motion control allowed the ship to be caressed by light rather than merely displayed. This shot alone justified the entire approach. It told the audience that Star Trek had grown up, that it now belonged on the biggest screens available. The legacy of this work extended far beyond the film itself. Later Star Trek productions inherited the visual grammar established here. Even when digital tools replaced physical rigs, the philosophy remained. Ships were still introduced with respect. Scale was still communicated through movement. Patience remained a virtue. The motion control madness of the motion picture became a foundation, rather than a curiosity. It taught filmmakers that spectacle does not require speed. It requires confidence. Confidence in craft, confidence in audience intelligence, and confidence that reality, even when simulated, is worth the effort. When viewers today describe the film as slow, they are responding to this philosophy. But slow does not mean careless. It means intentional. Every second of screen time represents hours of labor. Every camera move represents days of planning. This is cinema built with rulers, stopwatches, and patience. It is the sound of motors counting out movements no human could repeat. It is the quiet triumph of a shot that finally works after multiple failed attempts. The motion picture asked motion control to do something extraordinary. It asked machines to help sell wonder. And in doing so, it changed how science fiction would be filmed forever.